No.
Good morning. It is 10 o'clock, we are going to call the morning work session of the Board of County Commissioners to order. We are going to begin with Public Works.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have a couple items on the consent agenda, and then we also have some other things. So first thing, we have a bid opening today for the parking lot construction, so we'll see what happens. I think it's just challenging that we got pushed back till later in the year of advertising, and that makes it tougher, and the bids may reflect that. So we'll see what happens. We're hopeful still, though. Consent agenda items, we have a licensing agreement between the county and Klickitat Canyon Days LLC, and this is for use of that parking area down by the caboose, and they're asking for a waiver for that. So that's on the agenda. We also have a licensing agreement between the county, and see it on here twice.
No, one's for the mill site.
Oh,
for the caboose.
Okay.
Two different areas.
Okay. So yeah, there's two of them.
So would you open the gate in there and just let them park on that?
On that asphalt.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same place they do the cleanup every year.
Okay.
Item number 7 is an extended warranty agreement between the county and Schindler Elevator Corporation, and that's for the maintenance of the elevator in this building. On the construction program,
This guide fund work project's complete, moving towards closeout. Roosevelt, no change. Small works, guardrail, we're waiting for materials. Courtney Road, let's talk about Courtney Road a little bit. They ground up the road like we talked last week. And that's contractor driven. His sub can only get here at that time. So it's like you either do it now or we don't grind up the road for a long period of time. So they ground up the lower end of Courtney. Of course, you know, as soon as you change the surface, whether the surface is good or not, doesn't matter. People do not like it. So the complaints started. Last week we tried not grading on the weekend, but that wasn't successful. So we will grade now. They'll grade pretty much every day, and then they'll grade on Saturdays. Contractor needs the road to be smooth because they're hauling rock up on top anyway. They're not going to beat the heck out of their trucks and their drivers. So if you do hear complaints, I know we got one that came in, said it was extremely dangerous. We've talked to him since then. It wasn't quite as bad. He just was worked up. But the road will be in passable shape. Remember, we've taken an asphalt road and turned it into a gravel road. But the asphalt was coming apart. It just wasn't built to withstand that type of truck traffic. By grinding it up, though, the idea is to get at least one lift asphalt on, and it's scheduled for September. Somebody started a nice rumor. They were trying to help us out that it wouldn't be paved till November. So that got more people worked up. But the schedule is to pave it in September.
How far is it ground? I mean, is it all the way down to?
All the way down.
Oh, so all the county road?
Yes.
Okay.
There's one section in the middle that is not ground.
How come?
Because that one isn't scheduled to be ground up. That was built, I want to say, about 2006. And it has a very good base under it. There was no need to grind it up.
Okay.
So we didn't want to spend the extra money doing it. So
Sure.
that piece, that's the only piece that's still paved. It's between where, I want to say it's maybe a mile. It's between the bottom and right where we started the rebuild section.
and they have one set of photos that kind of shows the completed work, embankments and cuts for the.
And that's at the lower section of it on the new build on Courtney?
Upper.
Upper.
This is the upper section,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's starting to look like a road. They shot it and everything, and they're moving right along. They're actually hauling rock in the upper section today.
Oh, wow. So where are they at time frame wise?
They're pretty close to being back on schedule.
That's good.
That's good. They've been very successful. Annual striping, phase 1 is complete. Roadway design, Klickitat path bid opening a small works contract is next week. Courthouse parking lots, we talked about that, opens today. Bridge call, we were awarded 3 of the 4 projects for 3.275.
Which one were we not awarded?
It was the replacement project. We didn't get the replacement project.
Okay.
I mean, we were very successful outside of that, though. I mean, I think they like to kind of spread and we are competing against some awful big replacement projects. One in Everett was 15 million, one in King County is 15 million, and then there was another one that took another 15 million. So just those 3 bridge projects alone wiped out most of the bridge project money. And I think they wanted to give a few people something.
Mm-hmm.
Rock Creek Bridge is scheduled to be done in 2023, next year.
So on the maintenance side, the guys finished up chip sealing on the west side, and so they'll be brooming now for another week or so to clean that up. They're also now helping haul rock for the Sadis Pass radio site, so we have trucks working today and probably for a few more days to get that all finished up. So they can all start patching next week, I think. So let's see. That's pretty much it for the maintenance guys. I know they're doing some grading because we'll get to that on the east end pictures that you have with you. The services building, really not a lot. It's kind of just a trickle of work. They finished the sheetrock down in the Mount Adams room last week, and so they're scheduling the painting. When we get the blind that's not the right size, I really can't say. The other bigger thing that happened last week was the HVAC, or not the HVAC, the HVAC units. The manufacturer actually came out, and so they're working on some kind of a solution to give to the engineer so we can finish that up and fix things. So we're waiting on them. Radio site?
Like we're talking, they're hauling rock. The idea is to finish the road and 95% of the civil work this week. All they'll have left is to backfill around the footings and the walls. We're pouring the footings on Monday, the walls on, I believe, Thursday. And then we'll backfill and we'll put some rock in for the pad. And on the 10th is when we have that scheduled. They'll also fill in the ditch. We talked to PUD, and they're gonna, as long as we get it dusting and rock over, they'll energize our lines. So we'll have temp power. We set the so our guys won't be using generators up there. They'll at least be able to plug into something. Makes it much easier to work that way. So yeah, then our guys will be out of there by the 10th. I mean, they'll be out by this week. They'll come back the 10th, and then from there it'll be just the carpenters building the facility.
All right, July events, the Rodeo Bible Camp is up at the fairgrounds this week, starting Wednesday. Canyon Days is this weekend, and the fee waivers are on your agenda. And then our other crew are trying to get ready for fair in between all these events. So just a follow-up, we were asked to follow up with the request for 410s, and then had the discussion when Jake returned. And so one of the concerns was how do we cover Kayenta? And since we're the system administrator for that, and how we do that. And so we met with the auditor yesterday, and Pam and I had a discussion with them about how do we do that. And so I don't know if you wanted to. Okay. So Pam is always, taking it on anyway. If she's gone, she'll take her laptop, and we always provide coverage just like we have when she's here or not here. And so we have Pam and Kathy, and they can provide that coverage as well as Lindsay. So whether we're here or not, we will have somebody available to take care of that. And payroll is really the one critical thing that where the real concern was between Brenda and Heather, and we recognize that. AP may be an issue, but we can be available, but it's not as critical as payroll is. So anyway, so I think they were satisfied with how we were going to take care of that and respond to things that come up. So I don't know if you guys have any other questions or
Well, it's just if
concerns.
if they're okay, then I'm still okay with it. That
Okay.
was the concern that was raised with
Yeah.
was the payroll. Yeah, the AP is less. I mean, in the worst case, it doesn't. It gets delayed till the next week, and it doesn't make that this week's AP or next week's. Although vendors might not be super happy about that, but it was more the payroll was the issue. So.
Yeah, and we talked about how often that actually occurs, and it's very rare. So, and then sometimes there will be payroll on a Friday where we might have to have somebody.
We'll have somebody work that Friday if that's what's.
If the schedule works out that way.
Yeah.
Commissioner Christopher, any questions?
No questions for me.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Thank you. All right, so Dan, I don't know if you have the east side pictures. That
I
Tracy's,
do not.
okay.
I'm gonna need Dave's glasses to see those.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a call and a visit regarding Alder Creek Road and some of the other primitive roads that are on the east side. So Alder Creek Road, when Jeff and I first got here, had been rebuilt from Bickleton Highway, the county line road, all the way down to a natural gas well site that was being developed on a large scale. And so we required that they build it because basically it would have been a primitive road down to their location, and we don't allow that. So the pictures you're looking at are just beyond the 20-foot gravel road that they built. The first one that has been graded this year still has there's some rough spots. So we grade these roads, the primitive roads, once a year on this side because that's typically all they need. And we don't have really much moisture in that part of the county except for in the spring. So, and they farm right up to the edge of the road basically. And so the concern was that, now they're all farming with semi trucks and they bounce around a little more than some other equipment that they've used in the past. And so in this section, there's probably about a mile that the farmer that uses this area had concern about. And we left some, I don't know if you can see them here really that well, but some more rocks, softball sized rocks that don't help either. And so we went out and cleaned those off yesterday as well. So
is
when they
this-
come into harvest.
Is this the north end of Alder Creek Road or?
Kind of in the middle. So that if you flip the page, the little skinnier photo shows going down to the canyon toward the creek itself at the bottom,
Okay.
where several of our primitive roads connect. But this section is, this would be a big project to build this because you have a creek in the bottom. You can kind of see the thread of the road that hugs the hillside, and it's pretty rocky. And like I said, you have the creek down at the bottom. It would be challenging.
Is that where Alder Creek, Stegman, and Hale Road come
Yeah,
together?
it's just before that, right at the bottom of this grade is where they all connect. Yeah.
seen that creek.
So anyway, this section probably needs mowing, more than grading. This one, we actually have some rock on pit run that we had brought, because we had a blowout in this section in the past, and so they've rebuilt some and added rock because of the grade, the water works this when we actually do get rain in this area. So, anyway, so the top though, the first picture that shows the truck and the recently graded area, that one is the concern. So I don't know yet if they're concerned about it being built as a 20-foot wide road now or not, but we would direct them to talk to you guys about when we have the 6-year hearings about adding anything like that. But the other option that we've done on Stegman Road, which is another primitive road, we've kind of slowly over time, I think it took us about 7 years to kind of slowly build and put some pit run on and get the road out of the dirt and the water. So, and that one's much better because we have there's a cow camp that's down toward the end of it before you drop over the grade. And so we've kind of rebuilt that one. It's still only a single lane, but it's can be used more earlier in the year, let's put it that way.
So this is kind of just at the top of the grade then?
Yeah, it's up on the top of the plateau before you drop over.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, if you look on the aerial, you can kind of see where they're farming it. I think it shows
Yeah, it looks
where
like
the wheat is.
Alder Creek Road is 2 different roads in the same spot.
Yeah.
On here. At least on the RI map.
Okay. So anyway, we're working on this one with the farmer, and they may call you, so I wanted to give you a heads up. Okay. So you knew what was going on. Let's see, I'll be out of the office next week on vacation, so Jeff will be here.
Congratulations.
And everybody else, yeah. So it'll be nice to get away. I have this grant sheet, and I'll bet you Dan doesn't have this either, so I apologize.
I didn't get the picture, so.
Oh, good, okay.
She resent.
All right. So on the, this is just since probably the last 9 months. This is the dollars that we've received so far. So on the federal project side, we got more STP dollars for Snowden Road, and that's that planning study of, you know, how much it would cost and to put it where it's at or versus somewhere else. So that's that study. And then we received more safety grant dollars. Those are the next 3 projects, the edge line, slope flattening, and curve warning signs. And we also received more STP dollars, another 1.5 million, and this is for completing the because we completed the projects on time like we were supposed to, we actually received more dollars, additional dollars, and we actually got the most in the state because of the way they had the formula set up. So that's pretty good for us. We also kind of mentioned this last week and again this week, the projects, the bundled projects. So we received all 3 sets of those projects, which are kind of heavy maintenance on our bridges throughout the county. And that total of dollars that we did receive is almost 6 million. And then we're also kind of waiting on the state. So the RAP program is our next largest grant program through the state, and we'll receive the final funding for Sundale and Old 8. So that's about another 100,000 left in that one. We know we're pretty much at the top on the Sunnyside Road, which is 2.3 million, and then maybe Schrantz Road Bridge on the east side as well. So these are all pending. It depends on how much the legislature gives CRAB and then how much we would receive, but we're kind of high up there in our ratings on these projects. I think we may do well on harms, but we'll run out of money available
Yeah.
that we could receive. So we'll see. So we've actually done pretty well for the last 9 months on grant dollars. So I just wanted to let you know, which is helpful. These are all future projects, and a lot of these they're not necessarily part of the 6-year. We have to add the RAP projects to be eligible for funding, but so this is in addition to the other projects that we have for the most part.
You'll see the RAP projects again because there's the board's choice when we submit the final prospectus.
Right.
That comes in August, so.
Yeah, it's that
How old
extra
is
20.
that Schrantz Road Bridge?
How old is it? It's depends on which part of the bridge. So there was an original footing, then they added to it, and then they brought concrete tubs from somewhere else. And I have no idea how old all the parts are, but it's old. Yeah. It's a combination of reinforced concrete, reinforced masonry, and then the tubs on top. So it gets used as they would like to use it more as a haul route for all these energy projects that are out that direction. And they do use it, even though they're not supposed to. It's been a challenge keeping the trucks and other traffic off it, because I think people's
Narrow?
GPS tells them to go that way.
Is it narrow?
Yeah, it's pretty narrow. It's not really wide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see the corner for the big trucks going around there. It looks like it's
Yeah.
probably a pain to make.
Yeah, I've never been on it, so one of the rare places.
It's two.
Yeah, did you know they had bridges out there?
No, no, yes.
I went on a road yesterday that I'd never been on too, and if you want to go on a real good one, go on Stegman Road.
Oh, I've been on that one.
Have you?
I've been on Stegman back when in the days of we were looking at that, and then what is that, Sand Ridge or Sand is further, when the natural gas exploration was going on out there.
Yep.
So they were looking at different places out there, and we kind of wandered. Ray Thayer and I wandered around out there, fishing Thayer.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself, are we still on a
Are we
road?
still on the road? Yeah, so I've been on that one.
Isn't that the main road coming out of Bickleton?
Yeah, that part's good.
That part's
Straight
good,
down.
but not when you
Straight
get
east,
out
though?
further, it goes on down over the hill.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes over the hill?
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
it hugs the cliff.
it hugs the
Oh.
cliff.
Oh, it
Yeah.
takes a right, okay.
Yeah, they were telling me, Matt Spalding, I saw him at the store, and I was told him I had gone up it, and he's like, oh, he goes, there was a semi that went down it, and I'm like, really?
Word, that would be no.
Yeah.
Wow, that really is a road.
The last thing on my list is the agreement with Barry Dunn, and this is for the new financial system, the client management portion of it. They have agreed to it, and so it'll be on your agenda for next Tuesday.
Okay.
That's it for our list, unless you got something.
Nope.
Nope.
I did receive, again, we had discussed it before, there was I guess an inquiry really was more on Sleepy Hollow Road with the logging activities that were going on there. I had a follow-up email this morning. I actually went and drove it again this morning. It's about what I expected. I mean, it's especially the primitive road section is primitive. It was more of a drainage issue, I would say, was my assessment before, because it's hard to believe, but there actually is like a kind of a flat spot up on the top.
Yeah.
Up there, and it was wet. I attributed it to the spring. There was those big mud puddles, which are gone now. But in their wake is like big
Holes.
big holes
Yeah.
now. And so I don't know, it might be something we can look at more as a drainage. I mean, it's a primitive road. People need to understand that. I don't believe anybody lives out there. I think it's it's in that section. But I think and I'll forward you the email that I got. It has a lot more details as far as I believe the issue is more on the west end of it, the more improved part of it, when there's logging operations that go on through there. And I don't, I think my advice to them is to, again, advocate, because that road's not it wouldn't be a huge deal. I mean, it could potentially be put on to the 6-year program as far as eventually maybe doing an upgrade on the west end of it, because there is people that live there. Same with the east end, there's people that live there. The stuff in the middle, it would be really hard to advocate. Sort of maybe doing a little ditch work to get the water out of the road, because the road is the ditch. And that doesn't work really well. And there is no rock. I mean, it's just dirt. And so, but again, nobody lives out there. There's no utilities out there, so that's different. But I will suggest that they maybe advocate, if they want to see that put on, eventually we could do an upgrade. I was impressed, the Lyle Snowden Road through, I didn't actually come back through that, but I did kind of look down there, is in really good shape.
Good.
Because that used to be like, if you took somebody out and you wanted to scare them, you would drive through there at night. And it wouldn't scare them at all. I would be more scared driving on 82nd Avenue in Portland at night. But yeah, I'll forward you the email. Real nice, very informative. This is not somebody that's, screaming, and that they're just concerned with all the traffic that's going through there. And it's hard, for the road to stand up this time of year.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if you can, and maybe give her a call back and just see, and again, maybe, and I will do the same, as just invite them to advocate for that during the 6-year road hearings. Because that's really long term, that's the only way to fix it, is we would have to do some improvements on there. And I could support the west, the extreme west and the extreme east, but the middle is no.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be for. So.
Commissioner Christopher, you had questions?
I do. Gordy, can you remind me when what month we normally do the 6-year transportation hearings?
Normally, October, November, but I don't know that we have to wait that long. We'll have it sooner this year than past years. So.
Right. Thank you.
We just have to adopt by the end of the year.
Yes.
Any other questions, Commissioner Christopher?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't have any. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Carmen, do you have?
Farmer was snickering about my.
She's here for part of ours. All right. I'm guessing Sharon is as well.
You've been on Sleepy Hollow Road, or not Sleepy Hollow. That's Lyle.
Lyle.
That's where I learned to drive.
Ah.
Thank you,
Probably
gentlemen.
spot in some gravel. That's what we typically do, ballast or, pit run on those pools.
Are they
holes to
logging on
prevent
that
it from
primitive
getting
site?
deeper.
I didn't see anything active right now. I saw something off in the distance, but there was no evidence on the road.
If they're damaging the primitive
Yeah.
road. And, but
On the east end, you can see that it was logged, like in the last 5 years, in the road, you can see there's, sure it was the logging out
right, that put that on.
there.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Oh, don't worry, we'll wait for them.
Good morning. So before we get started this morning, I just we want to welcome Elizabeth to Human Resources. She's doing a great job, and we're thrilled that she's joined the team. So just wanted to acknowledge it. She is with us now and doing a great job. So this morning, we're going to start off with fiscal services, and I'll just turn it over to Jen. who knows all about all the numbers.
I wouldn't go that far. Good morning.
Good morning.
I emailed you guys the links and the update to all the quarterly financials, as well as the snapshot of recession indicators that I put together. So there are 4 dashboards for you. The expense all funds, the general fund, the revenue, and the recession indicator snapshot. We'll start with the all fund expenditures. Currently, all funds are sitting at 36% of budget used. That's well below our target of 50%, sitting in a pretty good spot. Additionally to this, I've added supplemental budget adjustments to this dashboard that wasn't there last time, so we can keep track of what supplemental changes have been happening throughout the year. So you'll see this total in this metric. And then at the bottom on the reports, you will see a whole column here of which fund had supplemental changes, as well as a link to the supplemental itself, in case you wanted to dive in there and check out what.
How did that happen?
Remind yourself of where that came from. You can access that. Aside from that, the other change would be that status column. I have color coordinated a status level for each fund. For expense, I used a 5% variance. So if the fund's within 5% of the target, it's going to be a yellow, be mindful status. If it is greater than that on the expense side, it's going to be green. If it is over the target, it's going to be red. A red indicator red isn't really an indicator of it's off the mark at this point in time. We do have departments or funds that have front-loaded expense or a large payout.
We all strive to not be the red dot.
But, it happens. Any questions on the all funds? Okay.
With the 5%, so victim witness is showing up as red, but it's at 53%. I thought.
Over target. So anything over target, I did a red
Okay.
status.
Okay.
So 5% below target, I did that mindful status.
It's getting close.
Getting
Got it.
close.
So anything past 50% shows up as red.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
General fund, exact same layout. General fund sitting at 45%, so that's within that 5% variance. It's going to be in a yellow, be mindful status. Total supplementals at 171,000 at this point in time. And then with the general fund, you can, and the all funds, you can click within the report. It'll take you to a more detailed section of the reporting. If you were,
I have not done that.
yes, anything that shows up from the cursor shows up as a hand, you can
Yeah,
click
you can
into
click
it.
into it.
So from there, you can even click the hyperlink on that quarter and go drill into the actual nuts and bolts of what the expenses are.
So the supplemental for the general fund so far is only 171,000. We'd expect that to go up the next one because departments are going to start trying to cover the 4% increase. So expect that number to grow.
Yes, I will be working with electeds and directors on those wage increase supplementals shortly. And then the revenue. This one's new for this quarter. I tried to capture our top revenues for all funds. So you have this section right here of all funds, property tax, landfill, sales tax, motor vehicle gas tax, REIT, and timber harvest tax. Right next to it would be the top revenues for the general fund. Pretty close to the same, except for, motor vehicle tax only goes to the road fund, and, the general fund has general governmental services in there as well, and state entitlements.
One comment I would have, the land, as far as we're only halfway through the year, so it's like anytime I see you know, a chart that has a,
Yeah,
it's like, oh, yeah, it's because we're only, yeah,
we are only, yeah.
so ignore 22.
Yeah, it's a moving target
the
right there.
moving target.
The landfill sitting at 46%, target would be 50, pretty close. Sales tax, 44%. We increased the sales tax rate in quarter two. We were hoping to have brought in quarter two closer to 1.2. We brought in 935. So, I mean, it's close. We're $260,000 off for that quarter. You can see how they trend here. Scrolling down, you can dive into these revenues just like you can on the expenses, all funds and general fund. With, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
did have a question on, let's see, excise tax. What, any, like the, you know, when I see 182% of normal, so it's like way overperforming. what-
SDSL in the first quarter.
Okay, that's what I suspected,
Yes.
but that's, I wanted to confirm. Okay.
So, the status is here. I used a 10% variance because the way the revenues flow, they're not as stable as the expenses flow out. You know, billings for grants could come in different quarters or later. And, you know, things like property tax are mostly collected twice a year. So within 10% of target, then you're gonna be green, or then yellow and then red on there. You can dive into the all funds and see, let's see, like general property taxes, you can see which department manages that and what fund those go to and how much was brought in.
This might be the biggest understatement of the day, but this is an amazing amount of information.
Yeah.
Any questions on revenue so far?
We received the federal, indirect federal grant, didn't we? Or the direct federal grant at 2.187, did that come through now?
It has not come in yet.
It has not come in yet, okay.
You're talking about ARPA funds? Not
I'm
yet.
guessing that's what the 2.187 stands for, right?
Some of it, yeah, I think.
That's why that number's off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be anytime.
I had to do a submission
Oh, you have to ask for it
again.
again.
Yes, so I did that. I got kickback a little bit of a kickback from the like automated system.
Yeah,
Did
it
you
seems
see
like we
that?
got that. Yeah, we got a copy of that that
Yeah.
said something.
So the timber harvest taxes that are way down,
Mhm.
is that the taxes we get for logging DNR ground that goes to us, or is that timber harvest taxes on private ground that goes to us?
I don't have that answer.
I believe it could be both. I think the private timber goes in there too. And I know just from past, that seems to track where we get those late in the, like at the last, right at the end.
Okay.
Because it's not unusual, like it's not concerning that you're
lagging there?
yeah, you're lagging. And then by the end of the year, everything catches up. And that is one of those circumstances of especially on the revenue side, they're not steady. You know, you're like, well, we're 50% through the year, we should be 50% through our revenue, and that's not the way it works. You have some sources maybe are front loaded where you get more in the beginning and then nothing. And then you have other ones that it seems like they come in at the last. I don't know if it has to do with the way the sales work and they don't close the stuff out and pay the bills until, you know, the fourth quarter, or how that all works. But
That's why it makes it as much an art as a science, trying to say, where are we in the budget? Because all these funds and lines and expenses and revenues, front loaded, back loaded, you know, and so.
So it's still amazing.
Yes, it is amazing.
Okay, now and the revenue or the recession indicator snapshot, just because we're facing quite interesting economic times right now. I know that we're in a different situation than we were in the Great Depression, but I wanted to try and see if we can at least have some data points in comparison. Obviously the Great Recession was solely basically in the housing crash and overextending, over borrowing, whatnot. We're not really dealing with that right now, but to see what happened in the Great Recession and compared to our revenues, I wanted to put together something for you guys just to keep track of. And during the 2023 budget build, at what point do we need to, make some adjustments, call people back in, and maybe do some reductions on the expense side of the budget before we
Yes.
adopt it.
Historically, the feds will tell you it's a recession when it's actually over.
Right.
Yeah. Looking back, we found
Looking
out.
back, it really was a
Yeah,
recession.
it really was bad.
Yeah. Well, we're out now. We're done now.
So you'll have the GDP growth rate percentages there. The state of Washington, I couldn't find any historical data by quarter for the state of Washington. So that's the annual on the historical side of things. I am tracking, I broke it down by quarter back in 2007 through 2009, and then we're in quarter right now. Unemployment rates, I'm comparing Klickitat County's not seasonally adjustment rates to Washington and the nation's seasonally adjusted rates. You can kind of get an idea, though, taking a look at that, where if it was seasonally adjusted, where we would be at in Klickitat County. It appears that we average at least about 2 percentage points higher than the state or the nation. But unemployment's still at pretty close to an all-time low. Personal consumer expenditure percentages. So the blue would be the consumer expenditures that the BEA tracks. The red would be the CPI change from the prior month, and then the orange would be the CPI change over the month 1 year ago. So obviously, as CPI increases, then personal consumer expenditures start to decrease, and that's kind of where we're at right now. They haven't put out June's numbers yet. Once they do, I'll get those in.
In terms of unemployment, my association is sent out a thing that unemployment claims are starting to rise. So I think it's bottomed out, and multiple sectors now are laying off employees outside of high tech because of the supply chain issue.
And then this last one would be the county's revenues during the Great Recession. I tried to pull what I thought would be impacted most by a recession. So landfill dollars, property tax, investment interest, excise tax, sales tax, harvest tax, and building permits. There are a couple anomalies through here. According to my predecessor's notes back in 2007, the landfill quarterly payment was made in the wrong year, or there was some accounting issue of one of the quarters. But even if you were to average 2008 out with 2007, it would probably have come in right about here.
Right. It was off. It wasn't off at that. Yeah, we only got 3/4 of revenue booked into the year. I think if I'm remembering correctly, it had to do when we converted from accrual to cash. And so the revenue so it's somewhere there, at the end, on the last day of the county,
Right.
there will be still one more payment will get booked.
I think it went into 2008 from what I could tell. That would be why it's significantly higher than the other 2 years. And then property tax, obviously, it fell in 2007, started to climb back out of it. Housing market crashed. Yes.
Question's actually for Dave. Looking at local retail sales tax from 2006 to 2007, it actually went up. Was there any kind of a, do you remember a county rate raise in sales tax during that time, or was that just people spending more at the beginning of the recession?
Go ahead.
You beat me to it. That is a wind farm construction
it.
started in 2007.
Got it.
I do not have the ability at this time to really dive into and pull out the sales tax of what's what. So I'm not able to separate out the wind farm from everything else to see what our sales tax would have done without the wind farm construction in there.
Is there a way to do it where we were, and it was, because we were allocating money into the, because at some point, like they can ask for their sales tax back for eligible projects. And we were setting dollars aside if you backed it's not perfect, but it would give you something.
I looked and I couldn't get definitive
You
numbers
couldn't,
enough to,
okay.
because we also changed funds and
Yeah.
after that as well. And the reason I can't is because at this point in time, I'm still struggling with Department of Revenue to get access into that
I'm working with them.
portal.
Yeah, I'm working
It's-
with them to,
Yeah.
It's been an ongoing issue with Department of Revenue, for whatever reason.
Yeah, they do not want to share that information. They never have one.
well, it's just a matter of adding her to our list. Greg and I are on the list, and
It's a weird loop that I just keep getting stuck in, and they tried to do it from their end and it didn't work last year, so.
well, there's a lot of confidential information, so they take their time, make sure just a little frustrating.
I guess one thing that I was more surprised about was actually building permit fees, and that stayed pretty standard across all of those years, didn't drop out at all. I was surprised by that. Any other questions regarding this?
Although one of the things that if you maybe looked at the details is when the housing market, the building permit fees, but the wind farms were being permitted and they were paying building
That could have
permit.
been, yep, that could have
And
been.
so it was sort of filling the gap.
Oh.
And we were kind of, I mean, we were always just the Goldilocks where we, it was bad, but our revenues didn't tank as bad because we had these other kind of one-shot deal
Mhm.
that happened to hit right at the same time. And and I suspect if we look, that's what kept the building permit fees up.
Oh, you're probably right.
People weren't building houses, they
no.
were building wind farms.
Yeah.
And then when the wind farm stopped, the regular housing market took back off again, and so it just filled that in.
Right. Any other questions related to that snapshot?
That's one of those benefits of the renewable energy projects.
It
in
is,
architecture.
yes. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reported June CPI at all items increased at 9.1% over the prior year. That's the largest 12-month increase since November of '81. So that's kind of what we're facing right
I think
now.
Casey was looking at Seattle, which we use for our union contracts, 10.1. August CPI. is 10.
Good thing with that cap.
Ouch. On the plus side, fuel is starting to go down a little bit. There's that.
A little bit.
Smidge.
A little bit.
So fiscal services is on your workshop for this Thursday. My goal is to be able to walk away from that workshop with a clear understanding of the board's goals and objectives for the new budget build, as well as what indicators or thresholds we as a county are going to use to alert us to start making adjustments during that build process. At this point in time, September is booked up. The first 3 weeks in September is already booked up for workshops, but October is completely open. So if we need to call offices and departments back in to make adjustments, we have the ability to do so. We can always reduce expenditures after the preliminary budget is posted. We just can't increase. And if we're making adjustments, increase is going to be out of the question at that point. So, I gave you some thought-provoking examples of what to come to the workshop with. If you guys could do that for me, so we can put together a comprehensive budget plan. That's all I have.
Any questions, Commissioner Christopher?
No, I would just say to have Jen pull that mic a little closer for the next speaker so us internet people can hear better.
Thank you.
But other than that, thank you, Jen. Very detailed. Good job.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen.
I'll have Casey join me for the HR portion of the meeting.
People usually don't have a hard time hearing these, so we should be good on this. Good morning.
Good morning.
Want to start on your
Yep.
stuff?
No, go ahead with the,
Okay. So,
pass those out.
not yet. There's a few things as far as verbals to post and advertise for. Sharon is joining us from Senior Services. She is looking at trying to get a little more creative to keep some of her positions filled and combining a casual 0.5 FTE cook position with a casual van driver position. And that would allow the two positions to give a full-time status and provide 40 hours of work per week, and also allow benefits and accruals for whoever can fill those two positions. So it would be a change in the org chart of getting a little creative of combining the two and doing a little job share. She currently doesn't have a benefited position to do this, so it would be changing that. She does have the budget to do it, and I don't know if you want to come join us. So the top is what I would be looking at. The cost would be for the benefits, adding the benefits in. And in the second section, I just have
So I can hear you in the mic.
And this, so I'm looking at just for, and it would actually be a 35-hour, which is typically our drivers and nutrition staff are based on a 35-hour week, but it does, in terms of the benefits that would be added in, the annual cost would be $12,652.56. I would be able to divide those, which we do with a number of our positions. We allocate those expenses to different grants. So we would be dividing this between nutrition and transportation grants to bill those grants appropriately. But I was referencing below that not if I have to go and recruit and fill the position, which we had a lot of trouble before, filling the part-time position, I'd be spending close to $1,000 a month just covering the duties, the expenses with my nutrition quarter, not including any overtime or expense in that, just the mileage for them to go between to continue to provide those services that we're contracted to provide. So the last time, I think when we were actually recruiting for the position, it took over a year to fill. We got somebody in and they didn't work out. And we were right back to it. So this wouldn't even include advertising expenses, additional staff time in that for training and all that too. So to me, it's more cost effective when we know we have a qualified person to be able to hang on to them. And it's also, if that person doesn't, it's also an easier process for recruiting and filling that position.
How many people are going to be a good cook and a good van driver though at the same time?
I
can
mean,
do it.
that is,
We have one
Yeah.
at least.
actually, in my department, I have a lot of people that have been cross-trained too and have done really well, have actually moved into positions that we've had open to fill. And I guess on the flip side of that too, I feel like your known commodity to preserve some of that and knowing some, but people that you have, it's worth that. I know that we're not supposed to look at creating positions for the person, but I feel like we would have that challenge. We've had just a tremendous difficulty doing a 20-hour-a-week nutrition coordinator position, because they also then, a cook position, because they fill in when our nutrition coordinator cook is off to be able to cook up in Goldendale too. So, I mean, it is a challenge, and we've looked at a number of different ways to try and fill that, but I don't think it's that far of a stretch to say how good of a, because it's not like we're talking about CDL drivers. We're talking about doing more of our van drivers and non-CDL related
Right,
positions.
but
So
to follow
yeah.
up with Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah.
I mean, that is not necessarily in this setting,
Yeah.
but, organization-wide, we don't generally put, those are two divergent sort of job
Similar.
descriptions that you would put together. But I'm going to support this. I think from the economics of it too, it makes sense. And I think we need to get creative as far as to retain people, but it is an unusual, I don't want to see this as a precedent with, other positions where it's like we're
Right.
an accounting / maintenance tech. It's probably not going to put those
Our
together.
concern in HR as well is,
Yeah.
be as creative as we can with the departments and the offices, but at some point, it just becomes chaos in general, not in this case.
But I know, yeah, because we talked about this about a month ago, had mentioned, and that was a concern about setting precedent, but I do know the county is getting creative. There are other positions where there's, people are working in two different departments and it's, and historically, it has been an issue where where we have in the past had somebody that was into, but they were too casual and they didn't have any benefits, and it's, you kind of look at fairness for some of those folks that are definitely
Working in multiple departments, it's
performers.
usually the same job.
It's usually the same job. It's just they're in
Yeah.
this office or that office. but-
I see here, your medical's at 800, so you're assuming that they have no dependents or anything else?
Correct. That would be different if it was, but if they had dependents, that obviously would be a higher amount.
Okay.
One thing I can share, a little piece of good news, which I have not had an opportunity yet, which could be relevant as far as on the finance piece of it. I did participate in our COG meeting. We did authorize, after a vigorous debate, which my point of view prevailed. And so we will be seeing, so the ADSWA will be increasing the allotments in both nutrition and transportation to your standard contract. And so we're taking money out of, because the reserves have been going up. And so the allocations, it's like, why, I have
That
been
has been
advocating our allocations are static or very little increase. And it makes no sense to find other things to spend the money on. Why don't we just raise the allocations for the existing programs, which are already underfunded? And so
I had a lot of back and forth emails, so I figured there was a lot of discussion.
there was a lot of discussion. So there was quite a heated, but so it should be, I don't have the form, they'll use their normal formula. So vendors will be getting, and that will be in this budget year, there will be a contract amendment
Okay.
that will take effect. And so I think it will be significant. But it is, and I wanted to just thank you, because I'm assuming you among your other colleagues too, because they had asked for information about, what is the funding gap? What is because they were looking at the additional resources that have gone in from ARPA dollars and
Yeah.
COVID money, that's going to be gone. And so the argument was, well, now what do we do? And this is not, and it's a 3-year commitment. So it's not
great.
just
Yeah.
a single, with the caveat that if things fall apart,
Right.
you
that
can
it change.
always, but right now, we're budgeting based on And all that does is true up where expenditures and revenue, we're just trying to bend the, you know, the surplus revenue
right.
line to the expense. It's, you should not be adding, because the organization is not that big. And we've been adding $1 million to $2 million a year of surplus into the reserve every year, to the point where we have to raise the ceiling on how much money we can have every
In
3 or 4
surplus.
months.
Right.
And it's like, you know what, I can think of something that would fix that.
Yeah, I've been begging for that pot for a while, so.
You have, well, you have succeeded, and surprisingly, there were forces against you, and I don't understand, I mean, made no sense.
And
You, it was.
so, yeah.
I think it was mostly because Klickitat and Skamania are really the only ones that are we're the service provider.
Mhm.
And so there were folks that were, well, why would we give vendors a raise?
Right.
And it was like, because
We're actually doing the work.
we're actually doing the work, and guess who makes up the difference? And
Yeah. Well, that's good news
So-
in terms of the 3-year too, because that's gonna help in terms of the budget planning.
Right.
And that's gonna look a lot better.
So I think
Yeah.
we
So-
should, I think they'll try to get those amendments out in the next, frankly, month to 2 months, but it will be informative going forward, because then it'll kind of reset your budget as far as the revenues, because that will have a commitment. It's an amendment for this year, but it will carry on for the next 2 years. anyway.
Fantastic. That's great.
So that's good news. So
And these were both in the same pay range, right? They were not in the same pay range.
So the estimate was based on the highest rate. So the nutrition portion is, the cook wages are higher
Higher
than
than the
the
van.
So
driver.
what is that? Where,
The cook is grade 35 and the van driver is grade 33.
so how will that work with all of our other van drivers? If we have one van driver that's the cook and part-time van driver getting 35?
She already is paid at 2 different rates on that, and her timesheet reflects that.
so she will
So she
continue to be
works,
paid.
she's continued to pay, she'll be paid the cook time. That's why our timesheets are, we have allocations to specific departments and codes.
Okay.
It's always very exciting to do our payroll.
And there's already 2 profiles set up, so it'll be similar to the other job shares. This one was just unique because other job shares already had a position that was a full-time benefited position.
Right.
And then they were able to do it. And so this was a little different. And the thought was in the resolution that we would kind of state the uniqueness of this, and that it would be reevaluated maybe on an annual basis to make sure that it's all working and within budget and all of
That's
that
why we
stuff.
like to discuss them too, is to make sure we
Yes.
don't do what you were thinking could be
Yes.
Okay.
creating a.
Yeah, so the hours
Not
worked
your
as the
part.
van
Yeah.
driver will be at the van.
Van driver's wages.
Talking across
And-
27 offices and departments.
Yeah.
not
Well-
just
Yeah,
service.
that's what I'm
And
just.
a
what I'm
harder,
getting
a
at.
harder explanation in the past was how to explain where interns were getting is more than van drivers, but that was more of a difficult conversation, so.
Totally understand that difficult conversation.
But you're past that. now,
Editorial
so-
No, I'm not. but, you know, well,
Oh, thank you.
Just good and
So,
healthy.
so has this person already been working, under both and doing 40 hours?
Not 40, but
Or
probably
35.
close to 35, it's range, but they would have to be at the 35 in order to be benefited.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
so they're already
so,
splitting, they're doing the 20 in,
so in essence, they've been being employed by the county in 2 different part-time positions, and now you want to form it together. But can we do that? I mean, if you work for the same company, I don't care if you're working as a janitor for 30 and 8 something else, we've got to pay the benefits, right?
Well.
Once you go over that certain number, right? Unless it's a
no, 'cause
casual?
Yeah, they're both casual positions that are non-benefited
Okay.
positions.
Have to and should are different arguments.
That's what I was questioning, the have to. Do you have to?
They would like to now, so that's why
Right.
we're bringing this forward for this one.
Okay, and the recommendation from you all is? And Commissioner Christopher, I see your hand is up, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Clarification question for the audience members who may be listening. You are not asking for any more county funds to do this or pay these benefits, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm in favor.
Okay, well, it sounds like you got a thumbs up from all three of us.
Okay, fabulous, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Look for your contract amendment.
Oh, big Toledo.
Okay, so we have another verbal request to advertise. So in our treasurer's office, the treasurer Gallagher was able to fill his accountant position. And so that he promoted from within, so that creates another open position. So he is requesting the verbal to advertise for the accounting admin 1, 2, or 3, or accountant within his department. It's budgeted and it would be for steps 1 through 3. Okay.
Commissioner Christopher?
Yep. I'm gonna go.
Oh, go. I thought you said no.
No.
The transcript said no.
Clarification, yes, please proceed.
I got 2 yeses for a go.
Yeah, gutsy move. but-
Yes. Yeah.
While Casey's passing out some information for our next subject, I'm gonna jump in and let you know that we'll be notifying the offices and the departments that we're revising the hiring process. Currently, and for some time now, the county has allowed new employees to start working with the conditional job offer pending passing a drug screen and a background check, depending on the level of background check. We are finding ourselves now where the risk of that is too great. We have people in safety-sensitive positions, and we do occasionally find people that we have to withdraw the conditional request. So at least one department has requested that their new employees not start until we have the results. Probably what has happened over time is departments and offices push pretty hard to get somebody in a seat and get them busy, get them working. And, you know, we can back the process up on our side a certain amount. But it's again, the risk is too high to have somebody actively working as an employee, even on a conditional basis, and have them fail one or both of the requirements. And so we're gonna change it back to the way it used to be and do our best on our side to not extend that starting time too much.
Could that be done for all departments or just the departments that need that back?
I think, you know, we're finding it more and more in all departments, and at the very least, it's a very uncomfortable conversation to have when somebody's on the job and in working, and we assume the liability anyway. So I think this just seems, and at least one office has already been doing that, not starting folks until they've got everything checked all the boxes, so to speak. So
What's the typical timeline to get the drug screen and the background?
So background check, I don't have the
yeah, that's
answer for
each
that.
department has their own level of background check.
Yeah.
We don't do that in HR.
As far as the drug screen, if I do one before FedEx goes out that day, we can get the results either the next day or the day after.
Okay, so we're not talking
It's
weeks
a
or
very
months.
quick turnaround for results.
So then how long have we had to rescind that conditional offer? Has it been just a couple days on the job, or has it been they've been there a month and then we're like?
Well, you know,
"Ah."
depending when the test goes in, I think it was a week or 2 weeks.
Sure.
I had a question on, because with the DOT drug testing we typically don't do the swab.
Right, they go to,
Yeah.
They do a DOT one, but the results, it takes longer for that. And so sometimes we have them training because they can't do safety sensitive work in terms of just driving people until they pass that, but we've like started their training with another person, so that wouldn't be permitted.
We'll talk with Sharon.
Okay.
Safety sensitive, DOT is a whole separate policy, and but the road department is one department that's requested that nobody start until they pass the screens. But we'll work with Sharon to make sure we don't delay people getting started and getting on the job. So that's why I wanted to bring it here first, and then we'll notify the departments and talk to any department or office that has any concerns and go from there.
Okay.
Casey?
Okay, so I emailed a scanned version of this to you guys as well. The overtime salary threshold is increasing for 2023. You've got the proposed numbers there. Currently, it is at $52,743, and it only affects one grade and one step for us. So it currently is only affecting step 1 on grade 67. The increase is going to go up to $61,828 as of January 1st, 2023. If we do not have any increases and our wages stay the same, that is the second attachment that you've got for our pay schedules. So with no wage adjustment for 2023, that will affect grade 67, steps 1 through 6, grade 68, steps 1 through 4, and grade 69, steps 1 through 2. The last attachment shows what grades and steps would be affected if there is a 4% increase in 2023. So there is a huge difference between the threshold this year and next year. Obviously it says proposed. So last time when we had this issue, the numbers did change before it was implemented. So this is kind of just a heads up. And as they mentioned earlier, the CPI in June was 10.1. And they said the August CPI will be released September 13th. So then we can reevaluate.
And realistically, you can't have half of the steps in grade 67 be hourly and the other half be salary. So when it starts to creep into a grade.
I thought that it was all based on the step 1. When we talked about this a few years ago, it was all based on the step 1, the starting grade, or starting range.
Yeah, we would propose that if step 1 is,
You have to,
then the whole grade
the
is
whole
hourly.
grade is hourly.
And the feds are working on it too. Under the Obama administration, it was set so high, basically, we would have only had 2 or 3 grades that were salaried. Everybody else would have been hourly.
Right.
Then the next administration dropped it, and this administration's bringing it back. So, salary is the exception, always has been the exception. Hourly is the rule. So this would predominantly make most of our salaried folks potentially hourly.
Yeah, and with no changes, if you look at the projected 2018 increases, that would affect up to grade 71 or 72. And so then that would leave.
The 2028?
Yeah, so the 2028 proposed projected salary threshold would go up to $85,000. And
No
so,
changes.
and that, yes, that's with no increases. That's with today's wages. So it's got the possibility of affecting half of our exempt grades.
So as it is right now, in 2023, when it goes up to 61, how many employees is that?
7 or 8. Maybe a few more because we have a few employees that are at the same position. So it could be as much as 10 or 11, depending on what positions are filled that would be affected
Okay.
if there's no wage increase.
And then, if we go up to 2028, of course, we're gonna have wage increase till then, but if we go all the way up there to, say, step 74, how many total employees is that?
A lot. I don't have an exact number, but employees in grades 76, 75, and 74 would probably total 10 to 15.
Yeah.
So then the rest of the exempt employees would be affected by it.
100.
There's 100, you think, exempt
Well, there's
employees?
over 100 exempt, but I mean, right?
Mm.
150. We'll get you a number. We'll get you an
Okay.
exact
Yeah,
number. We can look
yeah.
at it.
I mean,
Casey and Randy
and this-
tracked this a lot 3
Yeah.
years ago, and then
it all changed, right?
it all changed.
Yes,
again.
and I mean, it says projected. And so there was all of this data that was presented and then it was changed. And there were enough people complaining to the state about it that they did change it. So,
I mean, the reality is it doesn't change an employee's pay. It just takes them from salary with certain flexibilities to hourly. And then anytime anybody works over those 40 hours becomes very expensive, so.
mhm.
We could change their pay. We could change our costs significantly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that
Any
one?
Thank you.
questions about that?
No,
And
good
then,
ones.
yeah, state travel, you want to ask, do I have to ask for permission for you to go?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or, well, we can just give them a heads up, or yes, ask for it.
When is it? December, November?
October.
October. In October, Casey is, we'd like to send Casey to the NeoGov training in Nevada. That she's attended before, but with the thing, no, but I meant the coronavirus.
Oh.
COVID closed it down for a couple of years. And so now it's back in person and we have the funds to do it, but she would need permission from the commissioners to travel out of state for this conference. So I'm not quite sure of the process to get, if that's a verbal or.
Where at Nevada, is it?
Yes, yep.
Yep.
I've got it ready, so I'll submit that next week.
Okay. All right, I think that's quite where we're at. Okay. I'm going to jump into risk management and then a couple other departments. So an update next week. I don't know if Gordy mentioned it. I didn't hear all of his report. The new insurance carrier is having appraisers come on site and they're going to appraise all of our facilities and buildings at their expense, not our expense. So that'll be nice to have all that updated information. As I've reported before, to get a 2-year extension from the current carrier to cover the difference between claims when they occur and claims when they're made is roughly $550,000. We're looking into a second option who may be willing to give us a 3rd year. I wouldn't expect it to be any less expensive. But we're filling out the application to get that estimate. The initial premium estimate of the new carrier was roughly $700,000. I received some information from them that the pool's property rates, and this is probably would apply to our current pool as well, went up 10 to 15%, cyber 20%, and liability 40%. So if you were to apply those straight across, which is, I'm not saying they're going to do, our premium with the new carrier could be around 1.1 or 1.2 million. So with the 500,000 extended coverage and the higher than we expected estimate, I'm thinking the 2023 premium will be somewhere between 1.4 million and 1.7 million. Our current premium this year is 1.4. So you could have, and we have experienced a couple $200,000 increases the last couple of years, 18-20% increases. So I predict we'll probably be in the same ballpark we'd have been had we not moved, but may not realize any savings, but initially until we get through that 2-year period, but still will realize a higher level of service and technology that'll be worth the change. So
Everybody else in the pool is taking a 40% increase in liability.
well, that's the overall cost, their cost, how they spread that out, just based on premium is history. I'm sure each of the counties has their claims history, and so it might be higher for some and lower, but overall, the cost for them to get that insurance, for the pool to get the insurance was 40% up. How they apply that to us, we're the new kid on the block, so I suspect we're not going to get.
Commissioner Christopher?
Yeah, I have an insurance pool meeting on Wednesday. I'm hoping they cover what their rate increase is going to be. And then I can give you that information on Thursday. I do have a question for Rob. With the $500 for the 2-year gap insurance, is that we pay the $500 lump sum in front, or is that $250,000 a year over 2 years?
That's a good question, Commissioner. That's a good question.
Because that would affect whether
It's a
we're
spectrum.
over our average or under our average. So
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. I'll look into that.
that's all. Thank you.
Still, I think, it's good. I project it's going to be about what it would have been in the current carrier. So I think it's still a good move. But we're going to have to put a number in the budget here real soon. So, and I know the new carrier's working on that. So, so that's it. Okay, IT. So we're scheduling multiple interviews for the IT manager, and hopeful to be able to find somebody and intend an offer. Shelby and I will be putting the budget together. As you can recall from last year, Jeff has a 6-year budget that, and he gave us some more information before he left. So I anticipate that'll be a pretty straightforward process. But Shelby and I will be presenting the budget this year. I did hear the talk about Kayenta this morning, and I may have missed this, but I think, we should acknowledge that we are expecting an employee, Pam in this case, to take her laptop with her when she's homesick and on vacation. So her covering the 410s for payroll and which is appropriate in AP and other processes. She's already been doing it because we only have one system administrator due to retirements, which hopefully we can fix as we move forward with a new system. But she is the only system administrator, so she really does this all the time, and I think she should be acknowledged for making herself available all the time, and others do as well. Casey worked on her vacation on a payroll issue on the HR side, so good for Pam for doing that, and good for Gordy for working with her to do that. Speaking of Pam and the only system administrator, because she really is the only one that can fix issues with Kayenta. There's a training in the same state Casey's going to, but a different time, where Public Works does not have the funds to cover the full cost of a Kayenta conference. And there's some new products, some new training, some new things that are important that she attend. And so unless there's any concerns, we're going to try and find $1,500 out of the IT budget to cover part of the cost. And then Public Works will cover the other part of the cost so that she can attend this conference on behalf of the county. We think it's important that she be able to do, especially with Jeff leaving, because between the two of them, they really had a good understanding of the in front of the curtain and behind the curtain when it comes to software like Kayenta. And so, so my intent is to work with Shelby and see if we can find the funds, and if there's no concerns with the commissioners.
None for me. The concerns I have is just that we have one system administrator, which makes me really, really uncomfortable. So,
Commissioner Christopher?
I don't know if I would use the word very uncomfortable. I would call it scary. But hopefully as we get a new system online, that could change and we can get a couple people trained. So we're not relying on one person. That's just, I don't know, mistake, but that's all.
All
And it wasn't too long ago, we had at least 3, maybe 4, it's just, so, yeah, we all share that concern, especially Pam, I suspect.
yes.
So, and then, the last time we talked about putting together an IT, RFP or an RFQ to parts of the system potentially could be outsourced or other means of trying to accomplish all we need to do in IT. Since then, we did get a quote from the TriTech, who provides our phone system, that they'll do the maintenance, and it's around $5,000 for the remaining 8 months of the contract. That's a really good deal. So I intend to send that. We have the funds for that. I do intend to send that to the PA for a review and bring it back to you for hopefully approval. And that'll take phone maintenance off of the IT desk for now. And then next year will give us time to look into next year, see if we want to continue. It's a pretty good price for removing what can be a
lot of work for the phone system, maintaining the phone system. So we have the funds for that. And then unless there's any objections, we're not going to wait for the study to tell us that's a good option. We're going to move forward with that one, at least for the remainder of the current contract. I think that's it for IT. Any questions?
Commissioner Christopher?
No questions.
All right.
Support me back there. You want to come up here?
Okay.
So I've mentioned a few times in the past that I was looking into civil service. So just a reminder, civil service is not part of the HR. It's housed in HR. It has a board that is appointed by the commissioners. It's required by law. The Civil Service Commission is required by law, and it's an important function. So kind of looking into the current Civil Service Secretary, Chief Examiner, was a full-time county employee whose position was eliminated last year. She has stayed on doing the civil service. She's been doing it for quite a while. And the data I'm going to give you, I think, hasn't changed in at least a decade. So this is kind of what we've come up with. And since the sheriff's office is a recipient of the work and needs the work, Carmen wanted to be here. So civil service is required by state law. You, the commissioners, appoint 3 members who serve on the commission. They meet quarterly. The commission appoints a civil service secretary, chief examiner. Geez, I'm losing my voice. The current pay for this person, and they're not an employee and they're not a contractor, it's a 1099. It's just been this way for a very long time, is $150 a month flat fee to cover all the monthly duties. And that probably includes the 4 quarterly meetings and the minutes and all the work that goes along with it. This position is required to attend an annual 2-day training. In the past, this person was required to use her vacation to do it. She now has another full-time job and would be required to use her own time to attend this on our behalf and received little, if any, compensation for expenses. Current pay for the exams are $150 flat fee. Each exam takes 20 hours to set up and do. The exams are on the evenings and weekends, I believe.
Correct.
Last year, she did 10 exams. This year, we've done 10 already. And with turnover in the sheriff's office, you want to explain what the tests are for and what it provides to
Right, so in each division of the sheriff's office, whether it be the civil division, the road deputies, or the corrections division, we each have a separate kind of test. There's also a lateral and entry level. And I've been attending the civil service meetings now for the last 3 years, and we're getting a number of applicants in, and each applicant has to be processed. So she might get 20 applicants in, so she processes 20 applicants. Comes the day of our test, we get 2 to 3 that test. We have to have a list of 5, so then we request an additional test, which is why we're seeing the increased number of tests. We have had quite a turnover rate lately in the sheriff's office, and so that makes us ask for more tests. It's important that we do entry level and lateral because it's more beneficial to hire somebody laterally for the most part, unless we feel that entry level person might be a better fit for the department. We can't control the number of applicants versus who shows up. We can't go drag them by the ear and bring them in that way. Another component of that position is every time we hire or make a change in with the new hire, we send a letter out. So those letters are then processed through her and go out through the Civil Service Commission, and then I don't know where they go from there. So each person, it's not uncommon for me to sometimes probably to do 50 letters a year. So she has to process all of those, and that's just my department. There's all the other divisions in there as well. So she provides a lot of work for Cheerios.
There's also a large component of the Civil Service Commission is discipline and discharge, and we haven't had any in the past. Doesn't mean we won't have any in the future. And I've done those in the past. They're very, very time consuming, but again, we haven't had any. So if you look at what the flat rate is per test, we're basically compensating this person $7.50 an hour. Current minimum wage is $14.49. Again, she's not an employee, so I'm not making that case. And our lowest starting wage at grade 32 is $15.24. So I think we need to make some changes, and I will propose those in next year's budget. I would also propose some changes in a supplemental this year for any tests remaining, but what I'm suggesting and not asking for verbal, because I'm still doing a little more research, is that we need to raise the compensation for testing to at least $300, to at least reflect the minimum wage or our lowest actual wage in the county. And to raise the monthly admin from 150 to 300, and to cover the cost of this required training. It's been on web-based the last 2 years because of COVID, but it's going to go back to in-person. And so we should at least cover the cost of that training for that person like we do for other folks. You know, Casey and I are still kicking it around to make this a casual position. Then you run into DRS and you run into all kinds of other issues. I polled 11 counties. We use this comparators. They all do it differently. It's all over the place, how they do it and how they pay for it.
This person wants to continue on.
She's willing to continue on, and we hope she continues on.
Right. We need her experience and her expertise in this.
And she's not asking for this. It was just conversations, and we work closely with civil service that just came to light, as I've mentioned in the past. And again, it's not that like previous commissioners have said, no, I don't think anybody asked. So I just think now that we know,
So you said that each test is 100 currently on top of the 150?
yeah, I mean, I just basically doubled it because
I thought it was 150.
right now, I'm sorry, it's a $150 flat fee for every test.
Okay,
And
$150 per
she's been
test.
doing it long enough to know that each test takes about 20 hours. So the simple math was,
Right.
it's about $7.50. So, you know, if you even trying to get it closer to the minimum wage or our minimum wage, it would basically double that.
Okay.
So I estimated in a budget next year under these numbers, if these numbers hold true, it'd be about a $5,500 increase to that, but they have their own budget. So, and I haven't run this by the Civil Service Commission or met with the commissioners. And, you know, I told the chief examiner that was going to bring this information forward to you. I wanted to talk to you first before approaching the commissioners to see if it's something we can do or should do.
So how long is the actual in-person test?
I've not attended one here.
So for both the road and the corrections division, there is a physical portion. And then if you pass that, then there's a written portion. It takes about 6 hours of the day, depending on how many applicants there are.
So but you're running multiple through at the same time, right?
Correct.
So you're getting, so you can, 20 hours, and that's for the gamut. If, say, you're doing 5 or 6, it's still 20 hours.
Right.
Yeah, because you get the applications in, she has to process them, and then those who show up
But-
are tested.
Right.
That's for the gamut of all those applicants, not per applicant.
Per applicant. No, it's
Correct.
Right.
to
Yeah.
put on a
Process.
test for
Yes.
one
Yes.
person or
Or 20.
Or
20.
20
Yeah.
is, and of course, if you have 20 applicants, it could
Be a little more.
take longer,
Yeah.
right? And you also have to look at, I know that they've dropped their budget considerably over the last number of years. The tests are purchased. Those tests are not cheap. Some of those tests are, I do believe, I heard her say between $300 and $500 to purchase tests. They're expensive. Now, I'm currently asking, she's working on getting a corporal test for me. I actually, to save her budget, a couple years ago when we instituted the corporal position, I actually did a bunch of research myself, found a whole bunch of different corporal, sergeant, civil service tests, and I developed my own and put it forward to the Civil Service Commission, and they approved it. So we saved probably, $600 there,
Each
doing
time
that.
you do it.
But, right. So it's expensive. It's not a cheap service to run.
So really, all I'm asking for now is potential to bring forward in a supplemental budget enough to cover for some estimated additional tests each year, not to go back. But so I can't imagine it'd be a lot. But I think the biggest potential increase of the $5,000 or $6,000, whatever it winds up being, would be in the budget process, and we would bring that forward, or she would bring that forward during the budget process.
Okay.
So, any questions about that?
Commissioner Christopher?
Yeah, I'm a yes. The rate hasn't increased for, a long time. I think this person was a county employee and kind of did this as a favor to the county. I think it would cost us way more if this person decided to not do it anymore. So we need to keep that in our mind, and in reality, everybody deserves to be paid a fair wage. So I'm a yes, moving forward.
Okay. Yep, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Carmen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I forgot to thank Casey for. The last but not least is solid waste. Thursday, we were on the schedule to talk one more time about the proposed, the scope of work for the contract that was approved last Tuesday. I think it warrants one more discussion. If we can narrow actually the scope of what we're asking her to do, I think we potentially could save money and or get a better product, of which one or both is generally a good thing. So I think it's worth, so I have not sent it to her for signature yet, and she knows that that'll potentially happen after Thursday's discussion. Lynn and I will be presenting the 2023 budget this year for solid waste. Had a meeting with Jen and the auditor and the treasurer. I'm not speaking for any of the three, but I think we're all on the same page that for the budget bill 2023, the litter grant funds will be moved from solid waste and moved to adult probation. The grant expires June 30th of next year. I'm almost certain they're going to apply for a new one. And so it just makes sense. We didn't want to do it in the middle of a year, but it's problematic to have one department spending money out of another department. And so I think that's cleaner in the long run. And the auditor and the treasurer agreed that a new fiscal year was the best time to do that. So just bringing that to your attention. There will be a request on the next supplemental that Jen's going to be working on. I will be requesting a budget transfer within a department or fund to cover the cost of this project. So we'll move it from unused wages and move it down to cover the cost of the ultimate cost of this project. And then I'm working with initially Lee and environmental health and public health and ecology on the post-closure of Horse Thief landfill. I think we've all kind of on the same page now. Joe got involved and brought some historical content to the table. And I think, I believe the last email I got was ecology will get back to us, and they are also wanting to finish the process. There's some things that may need to be done, but we're kind of all on the same page now, I think, about working together to move forward and complete that process. So
Get it done.
get it done. It's been a while. So, anyway, so everybody's working together on that, and
Gifts that keep giving. That keeps giving.
It is.
Yeah. So, and I think that's it. I had an executive session planned. We don't need that. I'll be joining PA Canal this afternoon for another topic. So that, short of
Okay.
any questions, that concludes my update today.
Any questions, Commissioner Christopher?
No, sir.
All right. I'd entertain a motion.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to recess for lunch, be back at 1 o'clock.
There,
I would second the motion and mention that I will be in the office at 1 o'clock. So I'll see you at 1 o'clock.
okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. We'll see everyone at 1 o'clock.
Because they're afraid people won't visit their casino.
Good afternoon. We are going to begin the regular business meeting of the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the business agenda with one add-on under public hearing, public meeting, and bid opening. A public meeting to consider the final approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-06, applicant Gabriel and Mitzi Moore and Carl Moore.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the business agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we accept Commissioner meeting minutes for July 12th, 2022 and July 19th, 2022 as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to adopt the minutes. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next, we are going to move into citizen comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. The commissioners will reserve the last 5 minutes of, 1:25 for any responses to any comments or questions. We will begin, as always, in the room, if anybody has public comment they'd like to give. I am not hearing any. We will reserve them for later. Online, public comment, raise your hand, turn your video on, get our attention somehow if you'd like to provide public comment. And I will find my alarm. Don't everybody jump up and down all at once. Okay. You guys must have done such a great job without me last week that everybody said their piece, huh?
Yeah, now you're just antagonizing them.
Well, 0088.
Yeah, this is Del Rell at Goldendale. And, the many times that you guys have said that Greg and Sherry are spreading disinformation and distorting the facts, but I've read a lot of the emails, just about every one, and everything they bring up comes from the public records request from different county agencies. So are the commissioners saying that the county agencies are sending false record requests? If so, that should be investigated. If not, they should stop accusing them and face the facts that certain taxes and fees in the past and possibly still depend on who you are and what the actual amount should be. And that's my comment. So.
Thank you, Mr. Eldred. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment? All right, well, we have lots of documents to go over, so if anybody would like to provide public comment, unmute yourself, raise your hand, turn your video on, and we will get to you as soon as possible. You want to sign that? It's in your name. Oh, 4901.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Sherry. I've continued to ask week after week for our commissioners to write solar ordinances for Klickitat County. Last May 2020, when you rescinded the moratorium, I asked for the findings of fact for how you rescinded that and for why you rescinded that moratorium and denied our county, denied writing ordinances for Klickitat County, solar ordinances. I feel that solar ordinances are very important for Klickitat County as large industrial solar foreign entities are continuing to look at our county to build. And I believe it is your responsibility as commissioners to write those ordinances. During your discussion to rescind the moratorium, prosecuting attorney Klickitat County said, and it's on record, I need ordinances. I need to have some law to enforce. And still you denied writing our county ordinances. So I am requesting solar ordinances. And as you were informed, Yakima County has enacted a moratorium to write solar ordinances. They see the critical need to protect their county and their land. And the citizens provided you with 354 signatures and over 70 comments and written comments asking for solar ordinances for Klickitat County. You have long silenced this critical piece of renewable energy that can be harmful to land. It is your responsibility to give us ordinances. So I ask again for the public, as other counties have done, for you to step up, put a moratorium in place so you can look into this industrial solar more, so you are making sure when these foreign entities want to place their thousands of acres of black glass and lithium batteries around Goldendale, that you know you're citing them appropriately, or the county's approving them. And I question how the county planner and director knows so much about land planning that she thinks it's okay where to cite that. We need to have more professional input. There should be a committee put together. This is critical. This is happening. And for you to continue to ignore it is a lack of doing your duties. So I ask again, give Klickitat County solar ordinances and protect the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosque. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to provide? Come forward, sir.
I'm here just to ask you a question. 105.4 yesterday, going to be 106, 107, 100, maybe up to 110, 11 by this weekend. In this community, there's only one place that if somebody needs to go where they can cool off, the only place is my father's place. They're a part of the Wall Gap. They have a place. I was just over to talk to them. They don't get lots of people. They got 3 yesterday. They're open today. I don't know how many they're going to get. While I was here yesterday in this building, I wanted to see if there was anything going on with the county providing some kind of space. And I did talk to Lee, and I got a thing from you about the Wall Gap. I already knew about the Wall Gap, but that's not to, we got downstairs here, when you walk in this west door, there's that room that nobody's ever in. Once in a while, they have some big meeting. That would be an ideal place if people need a place to cool down for the day. They don't get to spend all night, because no place does that, or maybe a motel or something, but nobody. And it should be publicized right now. It should be publicized tomorrow morning on the radio. It should be publicized by either a sheriff's vehicle or the county or the Goldendale with a walkie-talkie or a PA system, driving through the neighborhoods and tell them what's available. And remind them that you have the transportation, Mount Hood, they'll come and you call, they come. They can bring them here. It would increase your acceptability to lots of people that don't think you do a very good job if you would step up and try to do something for their benefit. Now, maybe nobody will show, I don't know. But if they know that you actually decided to do something to help all the people that really need the help, and I don't know how many would come in, but it would give you a credibility that you probably don't have in some places. I know that's kind of hard way to say it, but that's the truth. I deal with it all the time, knowing the people that I deal with. So I don't know, and nobody did anything today that I know of, except Lee told you and you told me. I talked to the sheriff's office, I talked to other people, I talked to senior center. They're going to be open limited amount, depending on, they won't have the whole place open, but you can get in the sales store, and then right off that, there's a door, they can get half a dozen people could come in there and sit. They got chairs and places to read books, they could come in there. But this is not a, you talk about crisis, this is a crisis to people that are sitting at home right now with no air conditioning, no fans, probably down in the dumps over because they're by themselves. They just need to be reminded there's somebody who will help them. Even if they don't do it, at least they know that you cared enough to say, if you want to come in, we can fix this for you. Or we can try to get it fixed for you. And I would hope that you could tell somebody or someone to get information for that purpose. I'm going to see the sheriff here at 1:30 to see about, or not 1:30, but about 2, to see about if we can get somebody with a system that could drive around neighborhoods outside. They won't drive clear out in the country, but they could drive a big area and let people know that what's available and how they could get there, because some of them probably don't even understand that. And I don't know how do you think that's a possibility? Do you think that people in this community are in that position? If you don't, you're wrong. I'm 83 years old. I'm not in that position because I'm in a different environment. I provided myself so I could take care of myself. But there's lots of them here that are single. They have no way to get around, and there's people that live in this house that burned up, almost burnt down to the ground. There's people still living in there. So they need help. They need to know that you care. Right now, every time I talk to people, they don't think you care about anybody except yourselves. And I would say for Souter, for 15 years, you've been here, and we find out now we don't have an ordinance for lots of the things that we never did, right? We should have done that in 15 years. No comments?
Ron.
I'd like, you give me 3.5 minutes, I'd like 3.5 minutes back from you telling me what you think,
Ron,
what you could do.
your 3 minutes was up a bit ago. I've let you continue. And as per our agreement, we will respond at 11:25 so that other people can give their public comments.
I don't
And will-
want all that garbage. I want to know what you think about what I just said.
Ron, I will answer you at 1:25 when other people have had the opportunity to give their comments to the
They'll
county
get them
commission.
in. I got mine into you. You listen to mine. I want to listen to your answer. I don't want you to say that you're going to say, I'll do it later after I talk to more people. I want to know what you think, what I just said means.
Ron, and I said I will respond to you at 1:25 like we've agreed upon, if you can sit here and wait for another 10 minutes so that other people can provide public comment.
You
That's
can't do
the-
it.
That's the
off the-
respectable thing to do.
Yeah.
That's how
Were
we
you
follow
scared
the
you're going to say
rules.
something wrong?
No, Ron.
Okay, well, anyway,
And I know you have a meeting at 2 with the sheriff, so if you would like to remain until everybody else has had a chance to respond.
I don't even know for sure. They said he'd be back in the office.
Okay.
Okay, and I said I would come back because I want to see if we can get the guy without a truck driving around or somebody putting the word out. Do they have even any idea if I get people to listen to it and we get somebody to get them here? Do you have any idea you're going to put somebody down in this room down here with water? And to be down there as mainly just to maintain it, just watch, be around to talk to people? Or do you have any idea you'll do that if it would come together? No.
Ron, I said one of us, if not all three, will
I'm tired of
respond.
it. I've heard that so many times. If I would have done that when I was the mayor of a city, they'd have run me out of town. They didn't run me out of town because I listened to them and I talked to them. I didn't have to put it on my time. When they said something, I dealt with them at that time. And that's why if the Biden approval rating is 25, you guys are pretty close.
Thank you for your comment, Ron. We will respond to
Okay,
you at 1:25.
if you ever listen to after your show this morning, You probably don't listen to radio because you don't like to hear the comments on that, but that was an interesting show this morning that you guys had, that interview with Julian. Thank you for at least allowing me 3.5 minutes.
Thank you,
I
Ron.
appreciate it if you've done something.
Okay, we are still open for public comment. Yeah, if anybody would like to provide public comment, *6 to unmute yourself. Turn your mic on, turn your video on, get our attention if you would like. Is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment? Seven, 2, 1, 1.
Greg Wagner with Seats. Ron is correct. You guys lack compassion, integrity, morals, and empathy and ethics. He's spot on that you do not care about the citizens of this county. You care about yourself and the people that are important to you only. But I have another comment. Mochi Lindblad, County Planning Director, has a degree in business and communication, seemingly unrelated to her job. She has made numerous mistakes. She permitted Lund Hill Solar 15 months before all the conditions of approval were completed. She did over 40 questionable MDNSs in the Under Canvas project, and she relies on the Under Canvas Corporation to supply her with county required studies. During the Under Canvas hearing, she was asked questions about her job duties, and she answered over 40 times, "I don't know." Why haven't you commissioners questioned her ability to do her job correctly? Do you have 100% confidence in all the statements and decisions that she makes? And I would also like to point out that the EOZ that Mr. Souter bragged so much about, he told me he was on the planning commission for the EOZ. And the EOZ was primarily written for wind. It has virtually no ordinances in it for solar. And surprising that the planning commission also recommended to have a standalone EOZ. And one of the members on that commission was no other than Dave Souter. And now he acts like we have solar ordinances. I'd like for you to provide those to the citizens of the county. Where are those solar ordinances, Mr. Souter? And as far as we have the only EOZ in the state, and the other counties are trying to play catch up, as you said on last week's radio interview, maybe the other counties realize that the EOZ is one of the worst things they could do to their citizens of their county, and that's why they don't have an EOZ. The EOZ is an open door policy for wind and solar. Primarily wind is what it was written for. Solar's in on it, and there's nothing to control the growth, regulate anything about solar. And that's your responsibility. Yakima County commissioners make you guys look bad, and it doesn't take much to make you look bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. All right, 0088, have you spoke before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, Dale, if you wouldn't mind waiting until everybody else has had a chance.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment? *6 to unmute yourself, turn your video on, turn your camera on, get our attention. I am not seeing anyone. Okay, Mr. Eldred, because Mr. Kinsella, I gave him an extra minute. I will give you 1 extra minute.
Okay, I just want to say that I feel what Ron had to say was very important, and I was disappointed that you guys wouldn't give him consideration to talk to him there. I think you were wrong. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eldred. Okay, I will open this one last time for any further public comment. Is there anybody who has not spoken who would like to provide public comment to the Board of County Commissioners? I am not seeing any. Would either of my seatmates like to respond? Oh, 7211.
Hi, Greg Wagner with CEAS. I'd like to have another minute also.
You didn't
I
use your
listened
full
to-
3 minutes,
Oh.
Mr. Wagner, so you're more than welcome.
Well, so did Ron, and you gave him an extra minute. You just gave Della extra minute. So as far as fairness, you guys claim you're fair. I
Please
entitled
go
to
ahead,
another
sir.
minute. You know, I've listened to a lady named Ivy who came to you guys more than 2 or 3 times asking for help with the unpermitted gun range, and you showed no emotion. You've done nothing for her. Several weeks ago, I heard a lady come on and she was crying all upset about some gate on some road preventing EMTs from getting there. You show no compassion or empathy for either of these ladies. That's what's wrong with you guys. You don't care about anybody but yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner, for your comment. Who'd like to go first of either of my seatmates?
I will go later when it's time when there's no rebuttals.
Well, there's no rebuttals. It was the last chance for public comment, so there are no rebuttals. If you'd like, there you go.
Mr. Kinsella.
Yes.
Do you want to come up so we can actually have a conversation? I think you misunderstand the reason that we cannot have a give and take as far as, which is how we always used to do it.
Not always.
Generally speaking, and we can have a difference of opinion, sir, but generally if you came in and asked a question, we responded.
Yeah.
The climate has changed significantly.
I understand that.
And so while I would love to be able to do that in real time with you when you were here doing that, unfortunately what happens then, if I can't do that with everybody, it's not fair. And so the chair has instituted a policy, which I support, is that people get their time to give their public comment, we give response. Because what would happen is that people that used up all the time and give and take, there was people that didn't get to ask or make a comment. And so that's why it is not to avoid having a conversation. I love to have conversations. As to what the issue that you raised, I'm totally open with, and I don't know that this building's open from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock anyway, as far as to the public. There's nothing that prevents anybody from coming into this building. We have a huge lobby downstairs with couches and stuff. To my knowledge, we don't run people out. When I see people sitting down there, I don't know if they're on county business or if they're just enjoying the coolness of the building. I am totally fine with that. As far as some kind of formal thing where we set up some heat shelter kind of thing, I think we need to organize that if we're going to do that, because things can get out of hand sometimes. I am kind of curious, though. You said the Father's House had it and they had 3 people yesterday. You know, my experience, we did actually, in Lyle, the Lions Club did it last year during the really bad heat wave, and they had 1 person, which again, 1 person, that was, for them, that was really important. Again, I'm not opposed to doing any of that.
I think you need
But the
exposure.
reason I want to do it is because it's the right thing to do, not because it will make me more popular. I don't care. We make decisions based on what's the important thing. I'm not, especially now, I'm not running for reelection.
I understand that.
So doesn't make any difference. And I suspect the people that you are speaking with, the people that are consuming what is on the air every day on the radio, it's not going to make any difference to anyone. So, and you know that from being the mayor for all those years.
But I know when I walked out the door in the night, and if I just had an argument, one of the alligators usually was coming out to the meeting and biting at me, they would talk to me and it was civil. We could go out and be, and I've had people, one guy that was on my case for the whole 4 years that I was the mayor. But when I left the office, he went to the paper that used to print all the stories about all of our stuff, said, even though I didn't agree with Ron on lots of things, he was always willing to talk to us. Even if we didn't win, he was always willing to discuss it. That's the problem I have with the way you guys are dealing, right? The fact that I got to come in here to give you 3.5 minutes of my time, and I can't expect an answer, and I don't know the results because I see what you do after I would bring something up. So it's the point of the thing, back and forth. And I understand people that want your time all the time. I'm taking lots of your time right now, but it's past that time. But that's, at least you listen and you answer. And I don't get that when I come here lots of times. I don't come all the time because I'm 83 years old. I've already done all that stuff with lots. I don't want to do it anymore. But when I see this situation right here today, as hot as it is, and there's no action, that's bothersome to me.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
I guess on that issue, I would chime in that if there was a need for a cooling shelter in this building, yes, it's open, anybody can use it. If it needs to be organized and ran and water and whatnot, I would not have a problem with it, but I would, at least by using forethought, I would have concerns of cross communication with the general public. And are we competing with WAGAP and potentially confusing the general public on where is the cooling shelter? Because now you have multiple ones. So I would say if they want to host it here, that's fine with me. If they want to host it there, that's fine with me. If that one gets full and they need overflow, that's great.
It's not going to get full.
But
That's not the
if there's
point.
only 3 or 4 people and you have multiple cooling shelters in the same community, I think you might confuse people on where the cooling shelter actually is. So not that I have a problem with it, but I would want to discuss that with our partners, WAGAP, who are doing the cooling shelter. And see if they have any
I was
concerns.
already over there and talked to Daryl this morning, so see how they were doing as far as numbers of people. And it varies.
As far
But
as
they
getting
do-
the message out,
They
yes,
do
I think there
lots of
could be
stuff for the community, far more than anybody for the community on that kind of caring about people. They do lots of it.
Right, but I would bet you if you research it, they've also been working with public health to put on such cooling shelters. So
Well, I
the county
talked to
is a
Public
part
Health
of it.
yesterday here, and they were happy that I was out trying to do something. I talked to your people down here in the senior people that run the senior department. And that's who I would say, if you wanted to do something, go down and say, what is their duties? To take care of seniors, right? And if we get anybody, it'll probably be seniors. Go and put that out tomorrow morning, put out people driving the road and telling people how to get here, people on the radio telling people how to get here. Look, if we save one life by doing something, it's a good life.
No argument.
And if we don't, and we just say, screw it, you take care of yourself. That's the alternative.
Right. My argument is not that it's a bad idea. I think we have a facility that we're using. And I would agree that there needs to be more education and more outreach.
But do it now. You can't wait till the next 109 days. 109 days is that hot. 105.4 yesterday. I don't know what it's going to be
Right,
today.
but community members can do it as well. You can call into the radio show and explain the cooling shelter
Oh,
on
yeah.
the radio show.
I already talked about that this morning. I talked on the radio about that. And because they're more than happy to do those things. But I got to have an idea that if we get some people to participate, or how are we going to get the people to participate? I don't know. Could be nobody shows up. Who knows? But there again, only one is to make it worthwhile. And that's the way I look at life pretty much.
Mr. Kinsella, I would like to point out for the record that the reason that we do not have back and forth is that just this discussion on just your point has taken up almost 11 minutes of our time.
That's great.
Which then means that we're not able to respond to all the other people who gave other comments.
Yeah.
And only 2 of my seatmates have even responded in that amount of time. That is why we instituted this, so that we can.
That's fine.
And not only that, but as soon as you brought this to our attention, I responded to you. Not everything has to be done in public. Not everything has to be done in front of all 3 commissioners. When somebody brings an issue before us, someone, if not the clerk, responds to them. We
I
are
was
very
surprised this
responsive.
morning. I was surprised this morning when I got the email, and I was happy that I got the email. I already knew that my father's place was doing it. I didn't know that, but you've told me it's at Wagap. I already knew that. Yesterday I talked to him, so. Anyway, okay.
So I would say that there are many things that should and can be done in times of excessive heat. And one of those things is most important, and that is that the community itself, each of us knows other elderly people in the community, and it's called welfare checks, and those are very important. So we have a cooling shelter. We should all support that cooling shelter. If it gets full, we'll make a new one. It's not very difficult.
You
What
talking
we-
about my father's place?
Absolutely. And there's one in White Salmon. There's one in the Dells. There's one in Stevenson. Okay? These are open. They're available. If people need rides, they can reach out to their neighbors. Anybody can call me at any time, and we can ensure that someone gets a ride and they are safe.
We just
The
need your-
important thing is that the community works together to ensure that all the community members are safe and healthy.
But you could be on the radio tomorrow morning and say what you just said, and that you were talking to your staff about putting water down in this room right below us right now. And you'd have to put a staff in there just to keep
Ron,
organized.
Ron, we
Yeah.
have a cooling shelter that is staffed with water and everything. Until it's full, why would we create another one? You understand resources.
Yeah. Why, yeah, but that's the reason why. This is a much better facility than the facility they're in. I know that, but that's okay. If they go there, that's fine too. But another one may come here if they know it's here. There's lots of people know about this place. They've never participated in this place. Anyway, I won't go any further. If you go on the radio and say what you just said about worrying about the people, do that.
I
That
think-
shows you care.
I think the first thing we're going to do is ensure that we have a banner on the county website that directs people to the cooling shelter with the warning of the heat wave.
And I would also encourage citizens that care about this issue deeply to get involved in this issue deeply, volunteer their time at our Father's house.
Yeah.
Many of us volunteer in our community. It's important to put your money where your mouth is and get yourself involved in your community. And you could do that by donating your time at our Father's house at the cooling shelter.
Yeah.
So I would encourage that on the radio as well.
I spent 3 or 4 of my hours time, just 2 days, trying to see what I could get organized. And that's the only thing I've done so far. I volunteer for other things, but that was this one come up to my mind. This is very important. Lots of people die in places from overheating. Anyway, I won't go any further. You know what my feeling is? I wish you would talk to the people more, but you don't. I wish you'd get on the radio and talk to them. They'll let you on. They have the open call after 8:30, after they get all the, regular show, then they have call-ins.
We're regularly on the radio, Mr. Kinsella.
And I've told Julian I'd be on whenever he wants me on. I would.
Oh, I know. I understand all that.
Can't control who he.
I listened to that show again the second time this morning that you had just recently had with Julian. But personal, on the live right now, if you get on there, it might mean something to some people. They would say, oh, gee whiz, they do care. There are lots of people don't know that you care.
Well,
I'm
thank you,
sorry.
Mr. Kinsella, for your time, and thank you for all the volunteering you've done in this community.
Thank you very much for allowing me to talk my piece.
Would either of my seatmates, we're running a little late, but I think we don't have to do a bid opening exactly on time. Would either of my seatmates like to respond to anything else?
I have a quickie.
Please.
Regarding, everything else we heard from everybody else was regarding potential false statements. Just looking at the last email sent from Cease, and I'll do something they don't do, and that's quote, these companies make large sums of profits annually, and then the county gives them tax breaks, end quote. I would be curious what these county tax breaks are. I know there's state tax breaks, but there are no county tax breaks, so that would be a false statement. So that should prove false statement. The next one, quote, they continue to say the Department of Revenue must tell them how to tax wind and solar. Yes, that is 100% true. The Department of Revenue doesn't tell us, they tell the assessor. So when you think it's us that get to do the taxing, why aren't the commissioners addressing these tax revenue problems? Because first off, that's an assessor, and the commissioners are trying to work with the state to change the legislation at the state level on how they tax. Here's another false statement, and I quote, the commissioners are now discussing outsourcing solid waste in the IT department. Completely false statement. So here's another false statement. Tax revenue is unknown because the county doesn't know how to tax Lund Hill. That is a false statement. So that should prove that there are false statements. And that is just a quick scan through the last email of hundreds. I would also add that the comment Sherry made that the prosecutor wanted us to create solar ordinances. I would not speak for the prosecutor on this situation, but I would say you might want to double check with him that he actually said that, because I think you will find out that that is a false statement. With that, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner Christopher. Commissioner Sauter.
It's not even worth the effort.
No.
I don't even know how to respond. We have responded multiple times. Mr. Eldred, I will do that because I can give you one example. As far as the county, when we have a public records request and we respond to that and give a public document, those documents are the documents that we have. Those are accurate. They are not false or untrue information. They're the actual documents. I will just add one other example because was quoted from, it's an example of Mr. Wagner in his testimony or his comment. This was 6 weeks or so ago, came in with the property that the wind farm that's at the top of the hill, and said, oh, well, the tax statement says they only pay $897 in taxes or whatever the number was. I hate to use a number because then I'll get called on that if it was $896 or it was $898. And use that as proof of wind doesn't pay any taxes. They're not. It's like, was that number inaccurate? No, that was an actual number from the tax thing. It was on the underlying property. The project that he was referencing is the largest taxpayer in the county. So that's what I'm talking about. The information was factually correct, but it was out of context and it was being used to try to make a false statement, to support a false point of view. That's what I mean when I say it's not worth trying to do. We have done that and done that and done that, and it's a waste of time. And frankly, I don't respond to bullies, and I think we have several bullies in this county right now, and unfortunately, I think they're winning. Because when we have an atmosphere of bullies and misinformation, then good folks that have spent generations building reputations and have contributed to the benefit of the community stop caring, and they stop doing that. And then the bullies win. And that's what I'm seeing going on in this county, and it's very disturbing to me. Folks that I have that have always been solid members, that have participated, that have stepped up, are not stepping up anymore. Because what's the point? So that's very sad. And so we create the world that we want, and some people are creating the world that they want.
It's but come on forward. Since
Chair's prerogative.
we're off
There you go.
schedule, sorry, sir, but
It won't take 30 seconds. Dan is right. The state,
In front of the mic.
In front of the
please,
mic
sir.
so
so
people can hear
everybody
you.
can hear it, please.
the state, specifically the Department of Revenue, is the one that tells the assessor what to do, how to do it, and also the treasurer's office, what to do, how to do it. Any questions? Because I'm on the Board of Equalization, and it's all RCW's wax and precedents and law. And that's the way it is. It's out of the county's hands, whether it's the assessor or the county treasurer.
That was the last email I received from one of the callers, is they wanted us to violate state law and tax it a different way than state law says to do it. And they're angry with us because we won't violate the law.
Well, I just want to make it a clarification, is
Yep,
the
I
state, but
appreciate
it's
it, sir.
specifically the Department of Revenue.
Mr. Milko, I think I can add to that. It has been brought up multiple weeks, and it's trying to throw the commissioners under the bus for not making these changes, even though it's under the assessor, and it's also throwing the assessor under the bus.
Yes.
And they're telling everybody in the community. But RCW 844420, the valuation of renewable energy projects, okay? Under subsection 3, county assessors must refer to this guidance, including cost-based appraisal method and industry-specific valuation tables when evaluating renewable energy property. It's clearly in the state law, but these people continue to go on the radio and they continue to say things like, we're not doing our jobs and we're not doing what, in essence, they want us to do. I firmly believe that these renewable energy projects shouldn't be at the cost-based method because it depreciates. I think it should be at the income-based method. It would make far more sense. But I'm not the decision maker. The state legislature is the decision makers when it comes to this. And you're going up against other lobbies that want to see it a different way. And that's just the facts of the matter. So I thank you very much for standing up for what you do on the Board of Equalization. You guys are thankless volunteers who spend your time doing a great job. And I thank you very much for it. And I'd like to thank all of the other volunteers who serve on our many boards, who donate their time to this county, who have not given up hope, who don't believe in being bullied. I really respect everything you've done for this community.
Well,
for
thank you
the
so
last
much.
decade.
I didn't come up here for accolades. I just wanted to be a little more specific than Dan was, Department of Revenue.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And thank you for volunteering in your community.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and for the record, must is mandatory. It's not you.
It's not shall.
It's not shall, it's not
No, no,
may.
it is shall. Yeah.
It's shall.
Okay, I'll respond to something. It's been almost 2 years of sitting here, and every week somebody's saying that you lack compassion, you lack integrity, you lack morals, you lack empathy, you lack ethics. And that's about a weekly occurrence that people are saying this to us. Anybody who knows me, anybody who's known my volunteerism in this county for my entire life, anybody who spent any time around me knows that that is not me. That's not who I am. That's not how I interact. God forbid I wouldn't have this job if any of that were true. There's a reason why I say thank you for your comment, because I, like Commissioner Sauter, do not believe that being a bully or treating people with disrespect or calling people names is deserving of a response, because that is considered negative reinforcement, and that's something I don't believe in doing, okay? When you come after all of my department heads, questioning their abilities, questioning what they have in their college degrees, people who have worked in this county for 20 years, and every week you're putting in another public records request, you're calling them names, you're saying that they have no knowledge and no expertise. Well, to all of you out there, I firmly support my directors. I firmly believe that our elected officials are doing the best they can in a very difficult environment that many of these people are making more difficult for them. We are public servants. We don't always get it right 100% of the time. We never will. But you know what? We're doing the best we can under adverse circumstances that you can either make things better and help, or you can be part of the problem. Go out, volunteer in your community, join a fraternal organization, do good things. But continually attacking department heads, are you trying to drive away all of our employees? Is this the goal of what you're trying to do, is burn it all down? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to support this. I'm almost at my wit's end on continuing to be polite, because sooner or later, there's always a reckoning. And you continue to send email after email after email with misinformation that every time I respond to it takes me 5 hours of my time, that I'm not working on mental health, that I'm not working on all of the other issues that we have in senior services and economic development and something else, responding to maybe 5 or 6 people in the community who are trying to, make us look like we are the villains in their grand epic. I'm sorry, but anybody who knows us knows that that's not who we are. And so, I've had this conversation with you many times that if you want a response, if you want action, you have to do it in a civil manner. You have to show that, we are better than that, and we will continue to be better than that. And with that, we are 15 minutes late on public comment. And just so for the record, not everything has to be done here in front of the camera. Anybody can call me anytime and I'll have a conversation and I will help you through your problem, whatever it may be. With that, we are going to move to the bid opening for the improvement of our 4 parking lots in the city of Goldendale.
One whole bid. Oh, that's a
That's
little
not a good
scary.
sign. How are you today, sir? Thank you.
Whole bid,
Oof. I need 2 of them for 1 bid.
Wanted to make sure you had enough paper to write out that bid.
All right. Well, Mr. Chair, it appears we have 1 bid for this project.
May the force be with you, sir.
Yes, we'll find out. It is from Lee Contractors LLC, Battleground, Washington. Where I put mine. I have my finger. My finger's quite sharp today.
What was your tongue? Fingers crossed.
Bid bond is present. Ooh, wait a minute. Let me make sure that is the final page. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I
First
wasn't
page is already
reading.
over.
Total bid, $1,102,777.80. 1,102,777.80. For the record, the engineer's estimate was somewhere between $600,000 and $1 million.
Written on the top of this sheet if you wanted to read the actual.
Oh, it was an actual number?
Yeah.
Sorry. 800, so that is somewhere between 600. $828,346 was the engineers like to be very precise, so I understand that.
And let the record show that is $274,431 over the engineer's estimate, also known as 25% of the price.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to return this bid, to Public Works for a review and a recommendation.
I would begrudgingly second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
No.
Seth, do you see prices potentially going down in the near future? I know this is a late bid, only having 1 bidder.
Yeah. And the ones that are can charge what they want because they know they don't have any competition.
Yeah.
So,
Well, consider that in your recommendation.
That was the discussion. Thank you, gentlemen, for having it. Okay, there's been a motion and a second and discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, next.
Gravel's not so bad for a while.
Next, we will move to a public meeting to consider the final approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-06. Applicants Gabriel and Mitzi Moore and Carl Moore. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. This boundary line adjustment, BLA 2022-06, is a proposal to adjust the common property lines between parcels 02132112140100, 02132112140200, and 02132157000100. It's off of State Route 14 in Grandview Drive. The proposed boundary line adjustment is located within a portion of Section 21, Township 2 North, Range 13 East, Willamette Meridian, Klickitat County, Washington, in the Murdoch vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from Road, Health, Treasurer, and Planning Departments. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it is in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant the final approval of BLA 2022-06.
All right.
can I see the Mylars real quick?
Let's turn your head sideways. Like I was doing.
I'm trying to get ahead of it, yeah, so I don't, yeah.
I threw my neck out. That may have been from gritting my teeth so hard, but. I know. I don't care.
Okay, that answered my question.
If, is there any issues anybody found from reviewing it?
Ready? Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-06. The applicants are Gabriel and Mitzi Moore and Carl Moore.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-06. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, we were going to sign this first. Thank you. Next, we will move to new business. Director Carter, please come forward.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to provide a department update in terms of personnel. So Ilea Baus, who had been our emergency temporary hire past case manager to help out when our other case manager was on medical leave and then did not return. She finished up her support yesterday. And thankfully, we do have a new case manager who has accepted the position for the permanent spot for the full-time case manager for Goldendale office, and it's Chris Tui. He will start on August 16th. And he has an extensive mental health and social work background. So he is going to be somebody I think that's going to be able to jump in very readily. He had excellent references from previous long-term employers. So, but in order for him to provide adequate notice at KBH, and also he had a vacation planned, he's not available to start until mid-August. So, and Ilea had another position heading on to. So during this next interim couple weeks, it'll be myself and Christy Doty, my other case manager, that'll manage the caseload for this and during that time period, because it will take some time for training with Chris. It's a pretty extensive training with the state, and that too that I'll be working with ADSWA on, because it's been, gosh, over 15 years that we've had a change in that position. So it's a bit involved to train somebody new. So, but we're very happy to. And then our administrative assistant, our new administrative assistant spot that had come open in Goldendale, because that person went into the transportation coordinator position, who went to emergency management. It has started. She did training in her initial orientation yesterday. We'll be doing a little bit of training tomorrow, and then starts fully on Monday. So thankfully, we're looking at mid-August that I'll be fully staffed. So I'm excited about that. Transportation services. So I had mentioned previously that the consolidated grant, this is the grant year for applications. So typically we've had a biennium of funding, or actually with our dial-a-ride, they had extended that out on existing continuing projects that we were able to get 4 years of funding previously. Well, all that funding expires June of next year. The grant application process just opened with WashDOT, and the grant application will be due by October 27th, I believe. So I did want to talk just in general terms. I know you'll want specific numbers, but in terms of just even continuing our existing transportation service, our dial-a-ride service that has been running since the 80s and is very much an essential support for all Klickitat County residents, but especially our vulnerable adults and disabled folks. And then continuing application renewal for our fixed route shuttles that are in Goldendale to the Dalles and Hood River to White Salmon and Hood River, to see if the board is supportive of continuing to pursue that, obviously with coming back to you with what that costs, because their costs are obviously going up in those areas. And so looking at in terms of what that's going to be to continue an existing service, I'll definitely have figures for you. But I'm currently working on those budgets right now. But I don't want to spend that time if you are absolutely against, renewing any of those services. So that's request one. The other one is I will also be discussing our need for some replacement vehicles. So obviously with those, there's match requirements. Typically the capital requests are an 80-20, where the grant covers 80%, and then we have to provide a 20% match for those, and we will have a need to replace some of our vehicles to keep operating service. The other request would be whether or not there were areas that you wanted to see too about us perhaps applying for funding. WashDOT has sent a number of communications that they have received a lot more funding into the Consolidated Grant Program, because the Consolidated Grant Program incorporates federal and state funding in a pot that we can apply for. And so, one of the requests that we've had ongoing ever since we started the fixed route shuttle service was a connection between Goldendale and White Salmon via Lyle, Klickitat, well, and we are operating all on the Washington side anyway. I mean, in terms of when we go from Goldendale to the Dalles, we go through Wishram, down in Wishram, and pick up folks there, and we pick up folks at Dallasport and cross over. Where their gap is with connecting those two is between basically Bingen and Dallasport. There's no connection currently there. So a number of folks in Lyle have addressed, and then there has been requests, obviously, with Klickitat, we're coming back through that way. Although there has been reference that they are looking at possibly a Greyhound line running through from Yakima and back through Klickitat and out around, but and whether or not that was going to move forward at some point, but there's been some discussion apparently with Greyhound on that. And so the other area that we've chatted just briefly about too is with the change of, our old senior services building. We had kind of area with some protected area for some of our vehicles and kind of like a coast area to work on them. Now, without having that, we have kind of obviously various areas. We do have some designated parking over by the bank and that too, but we don't have any covered or secured parking. Did have, a couple of catalytic converters stolen this last year, a different, kind of vandalism issues. And so one of the things was looking at, given that they're indicating there's more funds available in the consolidated grant program, is we do have the ability to apply for an actual building, kind of a bus barn shelter / maintenance kind of opportunity under that, where again, a bulk of those funds would be from grant. Match, again, usually on those types of structures, it's usually an 80-20 as well. Of course, the consolidated grant program is all a competitive grant process too, though, so we definitely would have to argue for that, but whether or not that was something the board would be interested in pursuing. I know in the past, Corey's talked about where the old annex was that we were temporary at, where the health department was, that lot would be a good place to potentially do some covered parking or structure there. So rather than, obviously you're going to want to know like a price tag, but I want to know if you're even interested in looking at that as an option for this grant funding round, because I don't want to spend the time on it if you're not interested.
You guys always look at me first. Next year you can't do that.
I know.
I guess where I'm at personally is expanding bus service. I would imagine there would be an expanded cost to expanded bus service if we're trying to connect Goldendale to White Salmon.
Right, there would be a price tag with that.
So I would say, is it something I want to do? Yes, but going into the budget that we're going into and going into the recession, I don't feel it would be a sound investment at this time. That's my personal.
Okay.
Should you continue applying for the grant for what you currently have? My opinion is yes. Should you apply for the grant for the building, the bus barn? Yes. I think that was all of the ones you had, wasn't it? Or was I
Yes.
missed one?
Yeah, there's basically 3 questions.
Okay, I think I got them all.
Do I waste my time filling out the grant application for what we already have?
Just the research on, I mean, I have, Columbia Area Transit and Link have both done some, shelter transit center, and a lot, there's prefab kind of options and things available, but before even spending a lot of time on getting that information, if you're not supportive of it, it's all of that is a lot of time for me to do.
Right.
If it's not of any interest. And I get that ultimately the applications, you're going to want to know what the bottom line is in terms of.
And I would imagine you would work with
Support.
Gordy if we went.
Yeah,
forward on
yeah.
something. Talking about $3.7 million building or some fancy thing. 20% of that is a lot higher than 20%.
Yeah, no,
20 grand or something.
I'm
So-
not, yeah, like
No, I think we're-
roads and things, that my stuff is not priced in those price ranges typically.
For me,
Okay.
yes, I support, I would echo Commissioner Christopher on the, expansion of service. I think this time it's not prudent right now
Okay.
until we see, but I do support keeping our existing service, and applying for the renewal on that.
Okay.
The bus barn, yes. I mean,
Okay.
and I think that was at least, it was contemplated that, eventually that was on our list of things that we wanted to put on there, because there was the acknowledgement that it's a need. It was something, it makes it a little harder after we just opened the bids for the parking lot, for the asphalt, because we've had a little bit of cushion from the project overall. Although most of that has evaporated. But actually, today I may have completely eliminated it. So if we even go forward with that. But yeah, as far as the grant, if we were going to do it anyway and we can get an 80-20 match, that sounds like a bonus to me.
And there's some efficiencies operationally with having, there is time spent uncovering
Right.
vehicles from snow and ice and just your asset of
Yeah,
that
and what does a catalytic
being
converter
preserved.
cost?
Well, we spent several $1,000s. I mean,
Right,
the
exactly.
insurance covered some of it.
Which we are paying, that's part of the
Well,
increase. Yeah, insurance companies don't lose money.
well, no, yeah, and that is an area that our costs, and the liability side of things too, and the additional commercial coverage insurance. I mean, we have a big portion of that county insurance cost because it hurts every year. It keeps going up significantly, so I think there could be some benefits from it because, right now, that's one of the things when they come look at we're just out on the street and wherever, there's no security, and they look at that potential loss too and protection of those, so.
Question and comment on your graph here.
Yeah,
It looks like the white salmon numbers are back to normal, pre-COVID normal, but the Goldendale numbers are still lower
Yeah.
than normal. Any idea on why?
yeah, well, I do think some of it would be, the Dollar General opened in the meantime. There was a lot more, I think, folks heading into, for shopping, for some of those, and Dollar General does provide like a lot of varied things at pretty cheap prices. So I think that may be some of it. We did do an adjustment though to the schedule because there was a change that we were doing fewer round trips to the Dalles to try and do a bit more of an inner city one, but the use wasn't happening, so we went back to the 4. So I think we've noticed actually that there's been a bit of an uptick. I anticipate through the summer that may continue to increase. The challenge was, even though pre-pandemic, it takes time with fixed route, at least, I'm not a transit expert. I've had to learn a lot about transit in the last 15 years. And based on others that specialize in transit, it does take time to establish those, and with the fact that we were shut down for a length of time, it's a challenge. But I do know that part of the Gorge Pass and some of the marketing that's going along with the grant that they have, that MCHED is working with, and with the Tourism Association, all that, they are going to do some more concerted effort on local outreach because they had been focused a lot on tourism and Portland and bringing that out. And both Sophie and I, Sophie with Skamania County and I had talked about, we feel like there needs to be a lot more outreach and education about this service and how to use it to more local folks too, to understand it. I think there's still a lot of education and outreach and training because people, if you haven't lived somewhere where there's been fixed route service, it seems like an obvious thing how to use it, but it isn't. There's a lot of benefit of travel training, people understanding how that flows. So I think there's potential for a lot more growth, but I just wanted to kind of give an idea of where things we're
Well,
looking
I
at.
really
Yeah.
like this, and that's where the comment comes in. I would love another one down here for dial-a-ride.
Yeah, and I will, yeah, and
Side by side.
yeah, and Dial-A-Ride is, we are picking back up again, but I mean, we went from kind of, doing 20,000 rides a year down to, during the pandemic, it was like 5,000 trip, I mean, a pretty substantial change. We are building back up in that as things open up, and so we're definitely more in line with that, but this last year, and we're not going to be at that 20,000 yet, but I'll definitely provide more of a chart for the Dial-A-Ride. But I thought the fixed route is often the one that's kind of asked about, because the other thing is, I had the comments kind of on, empty buses. And I had, somebody, a member of the public, had called and said, oh, there's the empty bus out. What's it doing out here on, why is this empty bus? Well, I said, okay, let me look this up and see. Well, there will be times you'll see an empty bus because we have to go pick up people, when we're doing Dial-A-Ride too, we may be picking somebody out up in, several people, like for the senior center, because that's part of senior transportation. We're to bring people into the senior meal site. It's going to be empty as we head out to pick people up, or after we've dropped everybody off and it's coming back. There will be times the bus is empty. In terms of, the fixed route and that too, there have been times that we've done, a number of stops and there's nobody that gets on. And then the next day we've got 20, people getting on at each. It's hard to find a rhyme or reason yet with some of the fixed route. But the Dial-A-Ride, I can definitely always answer what's going on with this, or, and sometimes we have to send a larger bus out for a wheelchair passenger because they're in a specialized wheelchair that can't go in the minivans, even though we try to look at the most efficient way. There are times that people have to have special accommodations too. So certainly if you have any members of the public asking, questions or wanting to understand how the transportation works too, I'm happy to answer those, because I think there's a lot of thought that, oh, my tax dollars, your tax dollars are going into being available in a consolidated grant program. If we don't apply for any of those funds, we're not getting any benefit from those taxes you're paying, because if we don't apply, then there's nothing being provided with those taxes that we're paying in for service, because currently there's no local tax support of transportation in Klickitat County. It's all grant funded and contracted, with Medicaid. So
That is the standard argument from the public, is they're probably spending millions of like taxpayer dollars on that and there's nobody on the bus.
Yeah.
And my argument back is, no, it's a very small percentage of our dollars. It's mostly state grant money that, like you said, if we don't accept, it's just going to Yakima County or Grant County.
And it is going to be different counties, different areas have transit districts where you're paying a transit tax, and that is going to help support. But that transit tax isn't running the whole thing. They're all applying. But in terms of, I'm happy to talk to people, in detail about how, if they have questions on how that's happening and why, and what kind of support we're provided. So.
Consolidated grant, match percentage.
It varies. So it depends on, in each project. So right now, this last biennium, the fixed route, our match is 26%, and then the remainder is from the grant for our fixed route shuttle service. For the Dial-A-Ride, it is currently 50, I think we're 51%, and the grant is 49%. Typically in close to 50-50 in there. And then we have had vehicles in the past biennium, and those were 80-20.
And I would assume that some of our percentage is being paid for out of the acronym groups.
Yeah, so, well, we use the match, with Dial-A-Ride. So right now we've been with the fixed route, that's been our specifically cash out of that, because we're doing match In the dial-a-ride program, we're using senior transportation, Medicaid,
Which comes from
revenue that
within-
comes
within
from
that.
our
But
contract.
theoretically, if you didn't, I'm not speculating here, I'm just trying to get my head right, so I don't hurt anybody's feelings. If we decided to reduce the dial-a-ride, we could save some of that cash from the acronym ACOG or whatever you keep saying.
ADSWA.
And ADSWA, and use that in the regular transportation, or does it have to be in dial-a-ride?
No, I mean, you're still gonna end up,
We could build one program or the other how we see fit, is all I'm
we
trying
could
to say.
decide where to do the match, but ultimately you're still, I mean, basically the way it's worked with the funding in the request with the budget, when you're coming from solid waste, you've pretty much designated about 140,000 to support transportation. And that's been kind of everything. And I would say the bulk of where that subsidy is really supported is when you work it all out with all our different sources coming together, has been senior side of transportation, because that funding has been insufficient to really cover how robust we provide for seniors, because we haven't set a lot of limits on the senior transportation service in terms of a number of communities, bigger cities, because of the population, they'll say, okay, well, you can only do 2 trips a month or something like that, or whatever. We don't currently have that parameter, but we could, and we could also limit the geographic area for it. So there's kind of it's all kind of.
Isn't that, I mean, and that is one of the things that we have kind of kept on the shelf, I'll say, as if as far as for budgeting purposes, as we had to, because we obviously scaled back, we got rid of the home health care and the subsidy, that it took for us to operate that. And that was like the biggest single thing. And then, but
for the fewest amount of people that you're looking about the direct
that it
benefit.
would impact.
Yeah.
And I'm in no way saying that that's
No.
where I think we're going this year. I just need my brain right. So, if recession hits 2 years from now and it's so bad there's red lines out front, I know how that department funding works. So
Yeah.
I'm not recommending anything when I ask that question.
So as I'm looking at it, right now, June 2022, we have about 24 people riding the fixed routes per day. Okay, as I break that down, if I look towards August of 2021, it's about 23 people per day are riding the fixed routes. Based on your number of 20,000 people a year on the dial-a-ride, is 1,666 a month, or 57 people per day. So we have roughly double the amount of people on the dial-a-ride service than we do on the fixed route service. Would you say that that's accurate from the way you see it?
Well, yeah, we're definitely serving more in dial-a-ride because those are by a point, and the need is specific, and it's available throughout the county. The cost is a lot more to operate dial-a-ride than it is a fixed route. Because dial-a-ride, you may be doing a whole trip with one individual passenger on, and you're doing a ton of miles and the wait time with a paid driver and that kind of thing. Whereas a fixed route is, that set driver, those set stops, and that more prescribed expense, I guess, too. So if you look at per trip cost though, and that too, you're definitely gonna see a big difference between fixed route and dial-a-ride.
Right, but fixed route or dial-a-ride is getting people where they need to go. Fixed route might be getting them somewhere fairly close at the wrong time. I'm looking at overall cost to community, understanding what works and what doesn't work. There's a reason that Uber is successful, versus, regular transportation. And so I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around this. I haven't made any decisions. Thank you for the 26%, is our share on that fixed route. And of that 20, so what does that 26% cost us a year? Is that 140,000? Or no, that you said that was the senior side.
Yeah, so we're looking at, Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay.
I can,
So that's kind of, I mean, when I'm looking at, going into a recession and what matters, if we have 24 people riding per day,
Mhm.
but those are the same 12 people who ride one way and then home, and it's the same 12 people each day, every day, we're helping out 12 people for a significant subsidy. And, when we look at it, all I care about is making sure our money goes to the place that is best used for to help the most amount of people, how they needed help. I'm definitely 100% in support of the dial-a ride. That is providing a need for a significant portion of the population who definitely need that service. Like the dial-a ride. So what about the people who get picked up and taken to the senior center for lunch? Is that part of dial-a ride?
yeah,
So
yeah,
that is just part of dial-a ride. And do
yes.
you go around and do you pick up a bunch of seniors to take them in, or do you,
It varies. So, and it varies again from year to year and day to day. It can be, so, I mean, we have like white salmon, the meal sites Monday, Wednesday. Right now, they don't have many people that are utilizing the service to come in, but we also don't have a huge numbers in that. But we've in the past had folks, coming in from Trout Lake and BZ and need transportation. And so it kind of ebbs and flows. We let people know they can call at Goldendale. Typically, it was taking us 2 buses to bring seniors into the senior center. Right now, we just have pretty much 1 that's been bringing folks in, and it can be anywhere from 6 people to, a full bus on a day. Again, today, though, we had people cancel because they didn't want to leave because it was hot. It was gonna be too hot. So, yeah, so
Multiple people are riding on the bus. You don't send the bus out to get one person, take it back to the senior center, go back.
no, we
try to pick
coordinate the
people.
route. I
Right,
mean,
okay.
depending on how people are going, but there is potentially that we would have somebody that was scheduled and then the other 5 canceled. We're still getting that person in. So and then we are doing, that driver, while they're eating at the senior center, they either taking their break or they might be running some folks between their home to KVH for an appointment. We try to coordinate as many rides as possible within different settings. But there are times too that one driver is taking 1 passenger into Portland for a specialist appointment, and then they have to wait there for them and come back.
so what percentage of the dial-a ride do you think is just going to the senior center versus going to appointments?
Oh, tiny percentage
Is the senior center?
is the senior center.
Okay.
Yeah, no, when you're looking at overall folks using it, and I would say in terms of rider numbers, using dial-a-ride in terms of individual people, because we do counts for each year. I mean, we're probably this year up to about 600 different individuals that have ridden the service this year. And that could be a person that just rode once because they were a hospital discharge, and they usually drive themselves or whatever, or it could be, we have some people that ride 20 times a month because they have a lot of medical appointments and things, or they're going to dialysis because we have a number of people that go in 3 times a week for dialysis in the Dalles or in Hood River, and those vary. And occasionally we've had folks that are on a weekend dialysis one too, and that's the only time we do weekend services for essential medical. And we try to work with using volunteer drivers when it's out of those scope and the person's able to go in a regular car, but it varies and it cycles with demand and need. So just like there's days that we may be using all our vehicles and all our drivers, and then we have another day that suddenly it's like really quiet. I mean, but in terms of, knowing individuals riding the fixed route, we don't keep stats on those people because they're not registering with us and they don't really want us to know their business in terms of people getting on and off. it would be a bit for the driver to try to track exactly that. So even some of those people are people that live in don't even live here, that are coming across as a tourist or for a visit. I mean, we've had people coming from the Dalles and.
How much, our senior meals are still down, our in-person meals?
Yes.
Still, how, are they down by half? Are they down by more than
Oh,
half?
about at least about half. I mean, it's now, and then the recent weeks, it's been lower because there was a number of cases of COVID with some folks on this end of the county. So, so we're still doing a lot of home delivered meals, way more than we ever were doing because of the fact of folks being a bit reticent about going into group settings. But yeah, we're down to probably about half of the typical. I mean, there's always been days where we'll have a really big turnout and then one, but we're probably at least half of what is the typical.
Are they still playing music and bands coming in or anything?
No, that's been halted and that's been something they've not been happy about. In White Salmon, the request has been, so the issue is because there's dancing associated with that, and the idea every time we originally reopened in May because that's when the masking requirements came off. We were hoping to start, kind of music back up in June. We have resumed a number of different activities. They've got a bunco group, exercise group, and some of those that spread out. But each month we've gone, there's been an uptick at either West End or East End. So we're in a high transmission rate again. And so we have said, I shouldn't say we, I should say I have said, in the interest of not shutting everything down because of multiple exposures, was not resuming the music yet.
When do you think you can resume the music? Because, I mean, honestly, you're down at half the number of people.
Yeah.
You're doing more trips out to people's houses.
Well, we're not doing
People love, well, no, because you're doing the
more.
home delivered meals. So you're doing twice as many. People used to come in, they're not
Right.
coming in. I've heard they're not coming in because there's no music.
Yeah, and I would say though, the meals also, the issue is people being home, but they're not necessarily going to be coming, some of those people aren't going to be coming in too. So,
We've also habituated people to staying at home.
yeah, and I guess where the quandary I've been in is that, I was on the phone with the health department like every day last week with complaints. Specifically, there was a complaint about senior services to the health department about why we didn't shut down all the meal sites because there's been seniors with cases of COVID. Well, the COVID cases weren't seniors specifically at the meal site. It was folks that the senior center has their own store and folks, and there was a number of folks. So it's like, well, we didn't have any indications that we had to shut down. And then on the other hand, so, well, let's do dancing and close contact. And so is that, I am, in terms of what I'm responsible for too, in our contracts with doing nutrition programming and things for seniors, is to look at the fact that still the people dying from COVID, even fully vaccinated and boosted, are the people 70 and older. So is it in the best interest to encourage a lot of people in a small group setting to have that close contact if that's the highest risk population for actual death? And so I'm looking at, case count, we're in a high risk again. Klickitat was low, and I thought, oh, well, maybe we'll be able to, and now it's high again. And so I am looking at and reading different literature and talking with, folks about, well, what does, do we just say, bag it, let's go for it? It's a very difficult thing because ultimately it's going to be me that people will be saying, oh, why did you encourage this? And now we have all these people that have died because we have these new variants coming out and they're even more aggressive, and we weren't encouraging distancing in that. So I don't know when. I mean, I would love to just say, okay, yeah, let's just all get the music and everything going again. But I feel like I'm looking at what's going on in terms of the environment around us and having to make decisions based on that.
I have one other question. As far as my comfortability with your department, I'm comfortable. I do have questions with the dial-a-ride. You said those that have registered with us. So I guess I would say if I just randomly call in from my house with dial-a-ride because I want to go to an appointment or go shopping in the Dalles, do you send a car? Do I have to register? Do I have to prove my income? Do I have to prove my age? Are there any qualifications to get that Uber ride into the Dalles?
Yeah, so you do, I mean, you have to call in advance. We do get your information. We do part of our contract with senior transportation in order for it to be a ride, and it doesn't have to, you don't have to be a senior to access dial-a-ride service. But one of those things is we're going to get your address, name, date of birth, phone number, what the purpose of the trip is, because we don't have the resources just to run you to the Dalles because you feel like going to the movie theater.
The reason I bring that up is because that is my only long-term concern with your department is potential abuse of the dial-a-ride by people using it. When I see posts on Facebook from Dallasport, oh, look, I saw that we now offer this $5 ride service. And people are like, no, that's supposed to be for, but how many people are actually using it as an Uber? And we're subsidizing their Uber. So if they're, seniors or they are in need or they, I get it to some degree, but, I also don't want to be providing the county's Uber service. So that's the only part in there. I don't know that it can be cleaned up or any abuses removed or not, but that's the only. Well, you were mentioning where people complaining about tax dollars for the fixed routes, and I'll fight that one off. But when they come at me with the $5 Uber rides, it's hard for me to be able to fight that one off.
Yeah, so we aren't doing $5 Uber rides because I mean it is the use of the service is for medical, essential shopping, social services types of appointments, but I'm not saying we're not calling and verifying did May Jones see Dr. So-and-so but they're the driver's only able to take them to that destination, Water's Edge or whatever. I mean, I do know Medicaid, the Medicaid, because within our dial-a-ride services, our contract with Medicaid clients. So folks that are in Washington, Apple Health Medicaid that have the transportation benefit, they do a sampling review to verify appointments that they've provided for. And, the abuse, I mean, there's always the potential for that, but to be honest, within a small community, it's a little less easy for people to do that because people will call and tell. Right. And so then we kind of question, and so with anything and any of the service or programs we have, there's always the ability for somebody to potentially lie and work away, but I would say that would be a rarity.
And I would say I don't have a problem with giving somebody a $5 Uber ride to a doctor's appointment, but if they're going to Home Depot, now I might question. So it's kind of where they're going, and if they're going shopping or doctors or things like that. So
some of where in terms of the numbers of rides and that we've been able to write, typically what we have allowed is that if we are going for a medical appointment though, so say we're already taking several people for dialysis into the Dalles from this time to this time, and we know, if we have somebody that says, hey, can I get a ride to the Dalles because I'm picking up a rental car, or I'm dropping my car off at the for servicing or something at the dealership. Can I get a ride back on that? We already are going there and back, and we say, yeah, for $5, because we have different rates for that. But if that medical cancels, your ride cancels. So same within the past, we used to people want to go to the airport. We don't take you to the airport for the Uber rate. But if we're going for a medical, we'll take you, but that medical cancels, your airport ride cancels too, which actually this is, a number of people have, with the fixed route is a way that people can actually get to the airport though too, because that connection goes all the way to the Gateway Transit Center if you go across through CAT and all that. So we do combine because we're trying to figure, okay, well, if we're already going anyway, let's provide as much service. Now we did during like major COVID restrictions where we weren't able to have other people in the vehicle. It was one, and distancing, we weren't, that we eliminated, but now those restrictions were more lifted that we have. So we're trying to get the biggest bang for the buck in terms of that. So to say we haven't taken somebody or dropped them at Home Depot, well, we're already in for a medical, so sure, we said, and then you come back and they have to go according to what our limits are on that.
Okay, so first question, yes. Second question, yes. Third
Okay.
question about CAT and them applying for funding. Are they going to be competing against us? Is there a possibility, or is there plenty of money in the consolidated grant program?
There would be plenty of money, and the way the ranking, so the RTPO, Southwest RTPO, which is the Klickitat, Skamania, and Clark, the rankings are typically with the RTC group, and the ranking process that happens for the consolidated grant program, the highest level always goes to maintaining existing projects. So potentially, if we were doing a new project, certainly it could be competitive against us in that, but it's likely going to be, because WashDOT will also, their caveat to CAT applying is that CAT's going to have to really argue what the benefit of the Washington site is getting from that. But this is one where, there's requests and people say, oh, I'd like weekends, why it isn't, that would be a lot for us to expand our services to 7 days a week, year round. Whereas CAT is already doing weekend service because of Columbia Gorge Express. They've also I think they took over this year doing the Dog Mountain Run for Skamania County and doing the money that way. And so I had expressed that the county wouldn't be supportive of match, because that's the issue. Otherwise we, but perhaps maybe the cities would want to provide match to support that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was okay too with you, that CAT and the count, is looking rather than you wanting Mount Adams to do it and you're not, right, so.
That agreed?
Okay.
Agreed? Okay.
And then unfortunately, the ZAP grant, which was what we talked about with that, providing a vehicle parking space up in Goldendale for an electric vehicle with that go forth, that funding, that expired with that. They said there would be a funding opportunity potentially next year for that. So, but I did hear that Bingen, White Salmon Bingen did get the ZAP grant for theirs, so they will have a electric vehicle car share for that because theirs had been submitted previously.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to comment on that. Representative Mossbrecher, the advisory board had sent a letter just to emphasize, their kind of frustration with the assisted living project and the need for long-term care. She did come to a meeting and chat with them about it, and then also wanted me to connect her with Joel to talk about some more of the specifics of it, because she'd indicated there would be potential for her to actually address some in a capital request, but then it became more of an issue because of there's a bigger so then whether or not there was some advocacy on talking about why USDA has an issue with it and where things are at. So I don't know if you've had any updates, Dave,
Did yesterday, as far as we're still beating away on rural development. We're waiting for them to respond in writing, because our council for the housing We did get not an official we got the one before they do the one, because they said they don't want to actually do the one until they get something in writing so they can respond to it. But they're completely flabbergasted. They were like, rural development, USDA is completely wrong in this. Of course, we're an eligible organization.
Right.
And they don't understand. And I'm wondering if that's the delay from council, is that they're trying to figure out how to give Anita what she wants, and they can't because Anita is wrong. So
Yeah,
we're just waiting. So every week, so there was another one yesterday. So that's Joel every week is like, where are we at? What's going on? And it's like, oh, still waiting for a response.
I didn't know if anybody with Mossbrecker's office was talking about whether there was something they could help in terms of advocacy wise too, just in terms of connecting and saying, what's going on? Why is this a problem? You know, we're concerned about this. And if he's heard anything more, I haven't touched base with Joel yet, so I can
Well, we did discuss yesterday about kind of the advocacy piece with both, you know, it's USDA as a federal agency, whether,
right,
you know, we've held off as far as with Congressman Newhouse's and with Congresswoman Hura Butler's, you know, kind of
Right.
like what's going on here, just because we're trying, again, this is all based on one person. So we're kind of waiting. We're hoping that they'll change their mind. And it's like, put it in writing. And that's what the attorney has said. Put it in writing, cite what you're using, and then we can appeal it because you don't know what you're talking about.
Because it sounded like, you know, if it was in the smaller millions area, that there would definitely be.
We did actually, we got Senator King was down, that was about a month ago. I don't know that I can't say, but I took him, showed him the project, did all the stuff. He was very engaged, said, give me the name of that, because we had put a request in, because the original, you could only get 3 million out of State Department of Commerce, and they had awarded us 1.6. And then they raised the limit because I believe they have more money than they can spend. And so they raised it to 5 million, which we requested to have our allotment raised to 5 million, which would close the funding gap. It would, if rural development actually came up with the money. So they did raise it. So he asked, you know, who are we dealing with there? So we sent him the name. I don't know, coincidentally, you know, a week later, 10 days later, they said, oh, surprise, here's an extra 1.4 million. So we have, but there is still a gap.
Okay.
But it is narrowing, and that's what he had committed to, that perhaps maybe a capital
And that's what she said, she'd be
right.
happy to send the form over and
Right.
fill out and
Right.
do.
But I
And
think
that would be
with
the
that,
extent of
if
what,
RD actually would come up with what they're supposed to,
because that's the big.
that's the big pile.
Yeah.
Then we're down to around 1.5-ish, which, so is he. So,
Well, the good conversation too with Gina was to kind of though
yeah, we'll be down.
point out the issues though that we're having just in terms of any kind of long-term care access for folks in Klickitat, not only in-home, but also even a facility, because we have continually run in, and I'm sure the hospitals will tell you the problem they've had, where they've had people that need and want care, and we can't find anything even in outlying areas in, you know, in the Clark County or Yakima or anywhere. So,
Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
thank you.
That was a very thorough update, but
And
lots
I
of
was
questions from us.
going to mention on the cooling shelter kind of issue and that too, that we've looked at different options, and like last year this had come up too, because in the past, like the Goldendale Senior Center has open, you know, they had volunteers, but they weren't willing to do that again, because they said every time they've done that, nobody has come. And we've offered, you know, we definitely would transport people, and we even a number of the Granges have offered, and they said, okay, if you get people, call us, we'll have volunteers that'll come and open up, and we'll run the AC. And we do, but where we've run into actually more is with a number of the seniors, they don't want to leave their home even when it's really horrific. So we've been like will get bags of ice and water bottle and trying to help mitigate at home. But a lot of times they're not leaving because they have animals and stuff at home.
So I think the big thing is the welfare checks, and you have the entire list of all the people who probably need the welfare check, because you deal with them. Are we calling those people to make sure they're okay?
We call, well, and part of with our home delivered meals, I mean, that's where we're hitting a lot of those people that are, and we have a process for then, requesting a well check too with the local police or the sheriff's department when we have a concern about a senior. But I mean, we don't know all the seniors and all the people in need out there. I mean, we come across it all the time where people, I didn't know you even existed. I mean, there's about 4,000 seniors in Klickitat County. And yes, we serve a good number of people, but not near that many.
At least 600.
At least 600.
Well, in terms of, and under various different programs, there's more along those lines where we're probably looking at about 1,200 folks overall, but that's still a big gap between, but not all seniors need it, because we're talking 60 and older, and there's a lot of people that don't need assistance that are that, so.
Correct.
I would agree.
But-
Times like this, everybody screams for another warming or cooling shelter, but you can have 47 cooling shelters if there's 3 people at one of them.
But it
and,
is
you know,
good, to have the options and know, and I think it's just always a challenge too, to get the word out, but certainly if people need transportation to get in and out, that's something we would provide and do provide, so.
Maybe, before you disappear, maybe the board could, if they so choose, delegate you to make a phone call to the radio and advise them of our cooling shelter and that we have transportation service to the cooling shelter. Can you
Oh,
do
for
that?
the Goldendale radio station?
Yeah. Would there be any interest in getting the word out?
I'm happy with getting the word out, but I
Yeah.
don't want to.
Yeah, no, we can call in on the radio and just remind people too that, or if they're concerned about somebody, to call our office.
Good relationship at the radio.
So,
Absolutely. Sounds like a great PR
Okay.
piece for tomorrow
Okay.
morning.
great.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Mr. Gallagher. Are you busy?
It's like I forgot.
It was a quick meeting, so it'll be a quick update.
All true all accounts. Yes, Commissioner Anderson is correct. We didn't have much on the agenda, so it was a good time to catch up and get a few things out there and move forward. So the Finance Committee met on July 27th or 22nd at the and we had on our agenda was the e-signature, that's a carryover from previous ones. The auditors, the update on that was that the auditor's office has been understaffed and doing some other things, so that one hasn't made the cut. So there's, I know Heather's doing some work on that and hoping to get it finished. So we're going to continue to carry that one on to the next meeting. We did add a thing to the agenda, the ARPA funds. The submission was done. It was the same as it was the last time, so that's been confirmed. So I know that was a plus. Rob shared that his association has kind of been putting out, I think for just numbers, that the unemployment was going up and the interest rates were slowing. I don't know the interest rate part of it because I know that they are raising interest rates on the Fed side, but the unemployment has been going up. So I think the hope is that Robin, Commissioner Anderson had a discussion, hopefully there'll be more folks out there for jobs and different things in the county. Jen shared that we're having a budget discussion on Thursday, so she was excited about that. Brenda stated that the audit is starting on August 8th. And I updated the group that we have selected an internal candidate to the accountant position. And we are
hoping to advertise, which at this point in time, thank you. It sounds like we got a verbal to begin advertising for that other position. So that's good. And I also updated on that we're doing some Umpqua Bank transitions for some of the districts and some of the company IDs. So we're merging some pieces together, trying to streamline our Umpqua Bank. The merger for Columbia and Umpqua continues to get kicked out down the road. So I think I was kind of waiting to kind of see where that all went, but we're just going to do this. So we're basically, it has really nothing to do with the county, the internal to the county. It has to do with the districts, a lot of school districts. So we're working on that and trying to get their payrolls and everything uploaded currently right now. And the next meeting would be August 12th. So those are the notes that I have, unless I've forgotten something that you might have remembered. That's pretty much about what I had.
Like I said, it was a short meeting.
It was fairly short, yes. Is there any questions from Jen's in the room?
I
I don't
have
know.
a question for probably you or you. Kayenta. We have an RFP or whatever out. When are we expecting potentially being able to actually have a running program? Anybody have any kind of a date range?
So what we have right now is we have selected the firm that's going to help us put the process together of how we do the selection. But and I'm
First, we
going
have to
from
look
memory.
at processes.
Yeah, look at our processes so that we know what's the system. And I think that's one of the things that we're really hopeful is that we're going to actually do some really in-depth looking, because we have all these different ways that we do things. Our hope is that we can consolidate everything or make it a lot simpler, and that will be in the new system. But it's always a chance that when we get through the site, that Kayenta is still the best choice. I can't imagine.
Well, I think it would be maybe Kayenta has a different version, but yeah, I would say
Kayenta this century.
I believe that the piece is that the contract with Barry Dunn, who's been selected, I believe that that's getting negotiated and
It's done. It's
okay,
ready for
perfect.
signature, so
Okay, so
that's what
there you go.
we
So
were told today.
okay, perfect.
So
So yeah.
it could be a whole year of just him working on that process.
Yeah,
I don't think it's
I think in our thing, it was
about 6 months, I
was
think
the-
was the
we were
number.
supposed to be out at the end of 6 months, once we start, which we're delayed getting.
Yep.
We're 2 to 3 months behind where we should have.
Right.
But it was a 6-month process, and when we get out the other side, we should know.
Which direction we want to go.
And then we would do an RFP for what vendors.
And I would say from there, an experience in talking to other counties, I mean, I've talked to Yakima County was 18 months, some are 12. I would say it's a solid,
At least a year.
potentially year of implementation.
That you're gonna have.
So we're not really up and running until 2024 sometime.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if it was earlier, but I think that's a realistic number.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, Jen. All right, next up, you guys mind if we take a 3-minute break?
Love the idea, sir.
Yep, 3 minutes. Recess. So moved.
So moved, yeah, whatever.
Okay, we are going to move into our unfinished business with Public Health Director Aaron Quinn on the discussion regarding the interview process for the selection of the Board of Health appointees. And anything else she feels like talking about. Director Quinn, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we were going to talk about the Board of Health application. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I cannot hear you all actually, so just so you know. So we're going to talk about the Board of Health applicants. We had 6 applicants. 5 of them were prior to us advertising for the position. So we had asked for or advertised for the positions. 5 of the people had applied last year, I think, and then the 6th person had actually applied during the period of time that we had been advertising. So the discussion today should really be about you all looking at the applicants. We need to decide who we would like to interview for the position. We are currently looking for a position. We do have a healthcare provider currently on the Board of Health, so it'd be a consumer of health or someone that's a community stakeholder. So I think Lee potentially had shared, she had shared the names. I know in the past you all had access to the applicants. So just really understanding kind of what your thoughts are in this process and moving forward with that from there.
Any thoughts from my seatmates?
Lots of thoughts.
Please, we would love it.
Looking for the last email from. What was that? Looks like the 19th.
Commissioner Christopher,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
I absolutely can. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I've been leaning forward all day, but I kind of got fat and lazy there and started leaning back.
No worries.
So I guess my first question to my seatmates is, yes, only one of them can be a healthcare provider. We currently have one on the board that is a healthcare provider. Is it the feeling of this board to keep that person that's currently in place? And if that's the case, then we can remove names off this list that are healthcare providers.
Commissioner Christopher.
Yes, ma'am.
So one thing that I would like to ask the board to consider, because that's a great question. Paul is interested in staying. One thing we could do is potentially ask him to stay an additional 6 months. If we extend his term 6 months, we then are replacing a Board of Health member annually. So that it's just like once a year we replace our Board of Health member based on their term of service, which is 2 years.
Right.
So that's an option as well, but
I'm fine with doing it that way. I just want this board to make that decision so I can cross names off this list. So I'm a yes for keeping the current one. But I need to hear that from you two.
Yeah.
And
I am just for continuity too. I mean, you're gonna have some, the deck chairs are gonna get moved around here in, a few months anyway. So you're already gonna have another with a new commissioner. So I think Paul's fine. He's done a good job. Pretty low key as far as, so I think I would support Aaron. I think that's a good idea as far as then you get kind of people on the cycle. So if we're doing that, then we need to have somebody that the other seat can't be a healthcare provider.
are you in concurrence with that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm in concurrence with that. The other part of it is, I have from boards that I've managed and sat on, you can be one thing, but you can also represent another, because you can be two things at once. You can, on the fisheries board, I had somebody that was representing timber, but they do timber, but they also do something else over here. They could have represented either of them.
Sure.
Or people that could have represented timber and in the environment. And so it's what we consider that person. And when you do community stakeholder or user of, well, I hate to say, but everybody's a user of just what you're representing and what side you're looking at in that position. So I wanted to throw that out there because, just because you have a PhD or a doctorate doesn't necessarily mean you're not a user or a stakeholder.
Right. No, good point.
I'm sorry. You all there's no volume coming through on any of you.
We can hear you fine, and I apologize.
I was the only one leaning forward, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Christopher. Currently, you're the best person I can hear. Commissioner Sauter.
I'd be Ordray. So.
I saw that.
Okay, your eyes are good then, anyway.
Yeah, no, yeah.
With that, I guess we remove Mr. Baumeister, who's a physician. I would argue that Sherry Medina in Centerville, patient care technician, is still eligible. Under the RCW, it says this category consists of persons practicing or employed in the county. She practices in the Dalles. That is not in the county. So I would say you're looking at Sherry, Pete Leon, and Stephen Glass, and Sunday Sutton. The concern I have, and I think I'm fully aware of where the board is going. I don't want to be called out later because I violated an RCW by trying to appoint a specific candidate. I'm trying to walk on words here. So in the RCW, things that concern me is this individual may not be elected officials and may not have a fiduciary obligation to a health facility or other health agency, and may not have a material financial interest in the rendering of health services. And I would question, how do you get either Sherry Medina or Sunday Sutton to not have a fiduciary? WAGAP has a fiduciary. WAGAP could make money based off a ruling of the Board of Health. I mean, if that doesn't concern you guys, maybe it shouldn't concern me, but.
Certainly, that's something we could ask the PA for clarification on, whether or not that was a conflict of interest or not.
Okay. I hadn't really.
Because it's, it says, however, if the Board of Health demonstrates that it attempted to recruit members from all three categories and was unable to do so, it may select a member from the same category. But I think we have viable candidates that we need to make sure that we're not violating the same category. Other than that, that's kind of all I wanted to bring to your attention, and I'm open to discussion on anybody you want to bring forward.
So are you saying that, that fiduciary, that a clinical nutritionist has a
Potentially anybody that works in the healthcare field might.
That's kind of the way you read it.
That's the way it's worded.
But I think a fiduciary responsibility is I'm actually a decision maker. Like, does any county employee have a fiduciary responsibility? They don't. We do. A director, possibly. A worker, not really. It's their job.
Fiduciary obligation to a health facility or other health agency.
Obligation.
And what's the next part, though?
May not have a material financial interest in the rendering of health services.
So a financial interest in the rendering of a health service. So is a nutritionist fall into that?
It depends on if this county passes forward dollars to that organization. I would say they do. That's my worry about WAGA.
Okay.
So my interpretation would be whether or not they're gaining, there's fiscal gain to them having a position on the Board of Health. Like, would they gain from us? So on the Board of Health, right, you would potentially, actually, that's not true. Only the commissioners can approve fee schedule. So even the Board of Health members aren't allowed to vote for the fee schedule. So if there was an interest in which they would benefit from this fee schedule, which I don't believe there is, that would be a fiduciary interest. However, I would also defer that to the prosecuting attorney's opinion to determine whether that's true or not.
Okay, no, that's you're hitting my nails right on the head. I just know everything we do is heavily scrutinized, and everybody's going to call foul with everything we do. So I
I
want to make
understand
sure
that.
we at least looked and did our due diligence, chose your candidate, and then consult the prosecutor for his legal opinion on whether that candidate fits into those categories. That's how I would recommend it. So, no, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so do we want to just send that over to the prosecuting attorney, or
Well,
do we want to pick the top three we'd like to interview no matter what?
I would also say that if you personally don't feel like picking someone, I would hope that this board would respect that and not call them in to waste their time. If this board really wants one person, then I would call one person. If this board thinks it could be between two and really could be between two, then call two. But if the board is looking in one direction, then don't waste everybody else's time and call in that one person, and then let's interview them and move forward.
With that said, do you have something in mind? Is there multiple you'd like to interview?
Do I have something in mind? I don't have anything in mind.
You always have something in
later.
mind.
I really don't. I mean, I don't want to interview 6 people. Or 5.
Well, let's put it this way. I've made multiple motions to appoint. So bringing forward those names again at this point, I don't feel would be pertinent. There's a name on the list that has connections, not connections, but recruited, you might say, that the health director knows them. I'm not going to, if that's the decision of the board, I'm not going to make waves. Let's just go with that.
Can I interject? Thank
Sure.
you. So thank you, Commissioner Christopher. So just for your own situational awareness, when we recruited for this position, right, because there was an obligation per the RCW to advertise, ask for applicants. We only did get the one applicant that applied, and that is Sunday Sutton. She works for WAGAP and actually has a pretty impressive relationship with behavioral health over the last 20 years in Klickitat County. And frankly, where we're going with behavioral health, I think that she would be a really strong candidate. And we've had a couple of conversations. I think she would be a good fit. I'm not familiar with the other applicants. They applied. I'm not sure. Lee might be able to give some insight into when the last applicant occurred or applied, but my understanding is they've been at least 6 months out. If you want to interview multiple folks on the list, if there was someone you were interested in, I think at this point we would have to actually call them and see if they were still interested in potentially even being a candidate.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll make this easy. I will put forward a name on this one, and I will put forward a name on the library board on the next one, and then you guys can choose or decide. I would recommend that we only interview Sunday Sutton for this position.
Is this contingent upon the prosecuting attorney saying that they fit the?
Correct.
That they could qualify.
Right?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If they're, I wouldn't have thought of the fiduciary conflict, but I appreciate that you're
Just want to
raising
make
that.
sure
Yeah,
nobody's coming after us later.
yeah.
I totally respect your thoughts in making sure we're covered. I've heard, I guess, is that a motion? Or do you just want it to be, this is who we're going to, consensus?
However you want it.
I think we're fine if we're just calling for interviews.
Yeah.
We're not
appointing
offering the
position.
position.
So I don't
We're
think
just
we need a
doing the
motion.
interview, so I don't think you need a motion.
So I think that's consensus. We will interview Sunday Sutton, and let's hope we all like the person. Contingent upon,
Do you
That
think
she's
it would behoove
eligible.
us to ask the prosecutor if he wanted to sit in because he might have a question with the RCWs to make sure that we're not.
Can ask.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I have for
Okay.
this, sir.
All right. I think that's, and Director Quinn, you'll get in touch with Ms. Sutton and try to.
I will, yes. And then I'll work with Lee to work out a time. It does have to be a public interview. I'd ask for a PA opinion about that, and so the board will have to do that. And then if I could have a couple more minutes of your time, I have some other compelling issues to discuss as well.
Please do.
Before we leave this specific, have you had any contact as far as the 6th seat from the?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, sorry. I didn't hear
I'm
you.
sorry, have you had any contact for the 6th seat? As far as from tribal, have we heard any?
I have not, and I would ask Lee that as well, because I think she's the one that actually sent the letter. I haven't heard anything, which I assume that Lee hasn't heard anything either.
She says
She's
no.
really good
Okay.
about letting me know. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I don't think that's different from any other county of the state. I don't think any other county has heard either. It's my impression.
Okay, continue on.
So I just wanted to let you know, I don't know if you've spoken with the PA already, that I did pull the Skamania County interlocal agreement. Skamania County had concerns about their interlocal agreement for the providing mental health services. They asked that we make some amendments to it. My understanding is that both PAs for Skamania County and Klickitat County have spoken and made the arrangements. So I believe Skamania County is still gonna sign their amended agreement today, and then I will forward that on for you all to sign next week with the amendments in it. Do you have questions about that?
No. We'll look
Okay.
forward to it next Tuesday.
Yeah, well, I'll be there to discuss it next Tuesday as well. And just for your own situational awareness, we worked out, we had some DCRs. I sent out kind of a recruitment email, like, this is what we need, the designated crisis responders. This is what we're looking for. This is what we would like. I got a lot of pushback about what the reimbursement rates were. No one was happy with what we were offering. They were not willing to sign on. I did work with Leah this morning. We worked out a kind of a middle ground approach. So we'll be forwarding that on. Hopefully we can get a little bit more interest and a little bit more buy-in, because we had a lot of people express interest but didn't feel like the reimbursement was appropriate for their education experience. Again, just so you know, we're looking at, moving forward, if behavioral is something you want to wrap under the county umbrella, we're looking at least $62,000 a month. That's, and that's bare bones, that's minimum. So like budget wise, you're going to be minimum $1 million per year. We get a lot of money from Beacon. There's a lot of grant opportunities, but I need you all to be very aware of what kind of what the cost to the county actually is, just so you know.
And by bare bones, are you talking bare bones DCR services only, or bare bones triage and DCR services?
That does include the Lifeline triage services. So, but that's very bare bones, like very, to just kind of just from a fiscal standpoint, we're going into budget. I just need everyone to be aware and understand.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk more on the side.
Yes, I did have a nurse resign this week, so I'd like permission to advertise for that. Typically, it's taken 1 to 2 months for us to be able to fill that position. So, with your permission, I'd like to advertise that.
Good for all you?
Yes.
Yes, all the way across the board.
Okay. Our health officer resigned yesterday, so Dr. Person will be leaving us in the next 8 weeks. That is a huge hit. I can't even. So I will be pursuing advertising that as well. I believe she is an employee of the Board of Health, not the Board of Commissioners, but the Board of Health. So we will be looking to replace her position. So if you have questions about that, it's not a good process, but here we are.
Okay.
I am the cloud of doom today. I have nothing better to say. And on that note, it gets better. we have our first suspect case of monkeypox.
Oh,
Our,
That's why Dr. Person was like, I'm done.
yeah,
In our county or in our state?
in our county, there's over 80 in the state right now. So we've had the first suspect case in the county. Our communicable disease nurse, who is the one that resigned, is working through, it's been a rough day, is working through, they will get the antivirals. I believe they're working through getting those. So those have to get delivered from King County. They're the holder in the state of the medications right now. So we're working through getting that taken care of. I specifically did not ask for demographics because it's when you have low case counts, it's not good for me to be able to say like who it is, where they are, that sort of thing. But it is in Klickitat County. It was someone that was high risk individual, a male. It met the case criteria that we're seeing across the rest of the state. So male, 19 to 49, high risk behaviors. So we're working on getting that taken care of. And then anyway, questions about monkeypox?
You got anything better than this?
Did you hold back something?
I do actually.
Did you ever find out whether that Lyme case was on this side of the county or the other side of the county?
I'm sorry, I absolutely did not, but
I
will.
fully understand. You have far better things to do, like monkeypox.
No, I will find out.
Just curious.
Lyme is so 1980.
I know. Well, there might be 2 cases.
No, I will find out, Commissioner Christopher, and get back to you. But I mean, just because we're on the cloud of doom, we are also working with a foreign national for directly observed therapy for TB treatment as well. So just, we got all of it.
Okay.
Questions?
Okay,
about
what's the best one? What else you got?
That's it. That's
I thought you
The
said there
TB
one.
was the high, that was the good news.
yeah. The TB is the easy stuff. Like we've been there, done that. We get that one. But just, I mean, you should know that that's the thing we're working on. Otherwise, unless you have questions about, any of those responses, recruiting the health officer, another nurse, or monkeypox, or behavioral health, I got all the answers, maybe.
No, I was gonna make a joke to make light of the situation a little bit, but I decided I'll hold that.
Thank you.
Just because you can, doesn't mean you should.
There is a first for everything. Like monkeypox.
Yeah, like monkeypox.
Okay, thank you, Director Quinn. Have a safe trip home. Try not to catch monkeypox or TB or the Lyme disease or, what was the other one?
Tuberculosis.
I said TB.
Oh, okay.
Zika. No, you pulled that one out. All right, is there anything else you need from us? For the agreement with Skamania County and that Lifeline group, is Lifeline going to be triaging for us during that time, or is it all going to be on Skamania County?
So I'm meeting with them tomorrow. They have agreed to triage. So what that looks like is they would do it would be telehealth. And so they would likely engage in scenarios where it wasn't obvious that the person needed designated crisis responder or not. So they would ensure that the appropriate resources are deployed. They also have an inpatient unit in Vancouver that typically has beds. So they're a good resource to connect with because potentially we could get people from here into the Vancouver area into a bed, which is a huge win for us. And actually to that note, there is one other thing I'm working on, and I keep forgetting to mention. The county does need to have a contract with and I'm looking into it. I have someone that's available, and I think I'm meeting with them later this week. Transportation is the big issue for getting people into a bed. And so to be able to have a contract with a transport, people's families maybe don't want to take them, or they're not appropriate for Matt Adams transportation to do through the Medicaid exchange. So we're looking at establishing that kind of service as well, so that we can get people from their crisis scenario into a bed.
Good job. Keep up the good work.
All right, well, let me know if you have other questions.
Thank you, Director Quinn. I don't think, we'll get in touch, I'm sure.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Have a good day.
On agenda?
Consent agenda, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda with 7 items, pulling item number 4.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second for the consent agenda with 7 items, pulling number 4. All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay estimate number 26 to Kirby Nagelhout Construction Company in the amount of $46,037.88, which excludes retainage in the amount of $2,043.26 and includes sales tax in the amount of $3,452.84 for a total payment amount of $47,447.46 for the county services building contract number C03120.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to pay estimate number 26 to Kirby Nagelhout Construction. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve accounts payable warrants in the amount of $983,263.53 and payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,047,306. Let me start over. Payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,047,367.40 for the date ending July 25th, 2022.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to pay the bills. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, prosecuting attorney's off. We've got board pending. All right, yep. Fort Vancouver Regional Library Trust Board appointment.
Okay, on that one, we have 3 applicants. The first applicant, which is my nomination for this board, applied on June 10th. The second applicant applied on June 28th. Third applicant applied on July 7th. The first applicant, I know is involved in the library board, even though they did not sit on the library board. With that, they are my recommendation, and if you need more, I'll give it to you.
Commissioner Sauter.
No?
While he's thinking, sure, give us more.
Yeah, give me more.
One of the reasons why I so chose this, not only were they first, which tells me they actually care and they didn't have to be hunted down and drug into a volunteer position, like other potential applicants. One of these people is very new to our county. And the other one has already served on the library board before, and I believe that multiple people can do the job. So I would recommend a new person versus somebody that's already been on the board. This person has also called me on multiple occasions and asked me if they thought that she needed to come in and talk to you guys ahead of time, and I told her, no, I don't think it's needed, but which tells me they're passionate. We're all just reading for all you people on Zoom.
Yeah, sorry.
you're the one for June 10th?
Mhm.
We know, did any of these people, part of that big library blow up over the book?
Right, that's what I'm kind of curious about.
The first applicant is part of that. The third applicant, I believe, was the exact opposite.
Right.
This one was the librarian reaching out for a candidate. Because there was two sides of the library argument, the citizen and the librarian. The citizen is here and the librarian has their candidate, which was the previous.
So the current librarian is in support of the third applicant.
That's the way I understand it. And if you have issues, I'm sure that we can do interviews for that as well.
Here's I don't really have based on their applications. I mean, there's not a ton of information in their applications. The concern part that I want, the part that I have concerns over is I don't really know, and I don't want this.
Chaos.
I don't want chaos, and I don't want this to just be another, like we're opening another campaign in another, to
And
fight
I've mentioned
about the culture wars going on.
And I've mentioned to this person that I had the same concerns, and I've been assured that, oh, no, that's not what this is about. And I've told them that they, appointments can be unappointed at any given time. And they're like, you won't have to, because there's no issue. So I would hate for the reporting of a paper, you know how factual we know those are, to publicly put somebody in a gray area that, and hold them from getting a spot because of what was published in the paper. So that's my argument. If you don't see it and you want to interview these said people, fine with it. But I look at anybody we appoint, whether it's to the Board of Health or anything else, that if they don't represent this county, they can be pulled. And I would vote in favor of pulling them. The crazy thing is, this one seems to be harder than the Board of Health appointment a minute ago.
The other two counties will also appoint, it's a joint resolution appointment, even though this person is your representative.
Right.
Right, but the other counties usually agree to each.
Right.
county.
It's mutual back and forth.
But what you're saying though is that the person who's been calling was very interested because of the whole book thing, and that's what got them interested.
No, they were interested before that.
Was that before the book thing?
I think the problem with the book thing was, even the Fort Vancouver Regional Library ended up saying, whoops, yep, our bad. That book should not have been on an end display, and it should not have been in the children's section. I think the argument is how it was handled. And I don't believe that comes down to the reporting part.
Right. What you read in the newspaper is not always the way it feels for both sides.
So do I think there was potentially some improper handling on both sides? Absolutely. Have I done things that, probably hindsight? Yeah. Have we all? Probably. Are we gonna blackball somebody that's really interested in the library that serves a specific demographic of our community, and that is someone that with small children, someone that is a stay-home mother. The other two are, you know, kids long gone. I'm willing to give it a chance.
Okay.
What do you think?
I can go along with that it's like, I mean, and I don't care where anybody is on anything. I don't want people with agendas that are getting themselves placed on boards for an agenda. And again, I don't know, I don't want to disrespect this individual, or honestly, any of the three, because it's just as likely.
The other two are the same.
Exactly. So, it's just, we are seeing that more and more where, you know, but I'm willing to, let's try it out and see. I can go along with that. And then if it's, you know, give people a chance. And I think we do need all those voices. Even ones maybe some folks don't agree with, that's okay.
As long as they can do it.
As long as they, right.
Do it in a
Politely.
calm,
Politely,
rational-
calmly, and it's because we do, because that's obviously, there is that voice is out in the community, that voice needs to be listened to.
Right.
It should get its day,
But
as long as
make
it
sure
does,
they understand if you're not being a team player,
then,
then you will.
You don't get to just take your ball and go home.
No.
I'm fine with it as well.
So,
Okay.
okay. No, if that's the, do you need a motion for that one? Okay.
Concurrence. Yep.
yeah, when
Yep.
it's all actually
Bring
on
it forward.
paper,
Okay. I'll reach out and make sure they're fully aware of the
Expectations.
expectations.
Okay. Next up, we have the landfill gas improvement fund request on the behalf of the Goldendale wastewater treatment plant improvement projects.
You might not be aware of this one, the $250,000 that, $09 that KC did. It's kind of what the landfill gas fund is for. So my thinking was not an additional 250,000. Let's put that project on the landfill gas for the chairman and PUD, who's also gonna have their wants.
Right.
The county doesn't ever have a want, well, now we do. Here's our want. And then,
Technically, it's not ours, it's the city's. but yeah.
well, it's not a PUD want. All the other ones are PUD wants. And then if approved, that 250 that was earmarked from '09 goes back in '09 to use on a different economic development project. This can be used on water and wastewater, which is what that landfill gas fund is for.
So personally, I think that the landfill gas improvement project money more closely resembles that wastewater treatment plant in the first place versus $09.
Right.
Personally, that's how I feel, because it's more of a maintenance 20-year upgrade thing versus, you know, creating new economic development. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think, you know, we looked at it with '09 because they came in and made the request.
And I was unaware of the
Yeah.
landfill gas and how it operated at the time, so.
Yeah, so it's like,
Once I
no.
saw that maybe we pulled it from the wrong place, I'm trying to fix something and potentially be able to reuse that 250 in economic development somewhere.
So what happens if we go to tonight's meeting, we say, yeah, we're gonna push this one towards wastewater, or towards natural gas, and I go over there and we get into a tiff and they want their projects and not this project?
It's up to the vote of the board, how you vote on that.
You have to be unanimous.
Yeah.
You can each veto each other's stuff,
That's
so
my
it's
point.
mutual assured destruction.
Like I said, neither one of you can get your projects. That's up to the chairman and the chairman. As I said, I wouldn't even necessarily bring it up to KC unless you wanted to. I just, as an advisement.
Well, I think.
I brought it up to the city as an advisement, and they're like, okay, we don't care where we get our 250,000 from.
As long as we get our match.
But I don't want to take it away and then assure it's there. But again, it's like he said, you know, it's got to be unanimous between the two of you for their projects and our projects. which I'm sure.
No, I think it
smaller than
fits,
theirs,
and
but it fits.
I would be good if I had a list of all the landfill gas projects that have been done. Do we have a list?
There is a list.
Okay, before that meeting. And then that'll help me in the discussions, but I agree, this definitely fits the landfill gas more so than 0.09.
Yep.
Okay, we can all agree that's the right way to go and we won't make any changes till after.
Yep.
Okay. Prosecuting attorneys and still not coming. I've got a meeting coming up here shortly.
Mr. Rob, have executive, you mentioned this morning you were gonna do executive this morning. No prosecutor?
We'll do it later.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Before we adjourn, I'd like to let the public know that the county commissioners will be attending the Klickitat County Public Economic Development Authority Board meeting virtually or in person. The meeting will be held in the Mount Adams Meeting Room in the County Services Building at 115 West Court, Room 100, Goldendale, Washington, and that is tonight. It begins at 6 o'clock. With that, I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we adjourn the regular meeting until 10 o'clock on Thursday, July 28th for scheduled workshops.
I would second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you all who stayed with us, all 13 that were left. Have a great day, and stay cool and stay safe.
13, I must have been boring them to death with my thought.